Chapter 996. Zhou Junshin was not surprised that Zhou Junshin had such thoughts. In his opinion, one of the best soldiers in the army of Bailiang, the villain too, had already betrayed Bailiang and became the free and happy king of Shu. Yuan Baixiong was now the commander of the cavalry, with a high position and heavy responsibility. He would not come to the refugee land to kill a chicken with a knife. Even Han Laozhan, the personal retainer of old King Liang's junior fellow apprentice Immortal of Spear, had become the general of Lingzhou or the deputy general. Thinking of this, Zhou Junshin felt a little sad. Compared to the young king outside the palace, he would not have a better ending. The young man risked his life alone and tried to show enough sincerity to recruit Qing Tsang. It was a good idea and there was a possibility of success. At least, Zhou Junshin believed that he would be tempted by a provincial governor or a general. However, Zhou Junshin reckoned that there must have been a fatal flaw in one of the espionage segments, and the northern Mang knew about the heavenly secret. Otherwise, the short journey from Liangzhou to the Qing Tsang would not have required the joint efforts of the Ju province and the Ruren to mobilize so many people. The key point was that they had timed their movements so accurately. Thinking of this, Zhou Junshin found some joy in his misery. He thought to himself, our Qing Tsang's espionage is like a piece of tofu. Your rich northern Liang doesn't seem to be any better. At the thought of being in the same boat as the king of Bailiang, Zhou Junshin's gloomy mood brightened a little. But when the Lord of Azure saw the scene in the main hall, her heart sank to the bottom. After the dragon chair was bitten by the girl like a hungry dog, she lost interest and stood beside Beimeng Baoding, holding a delicately woven silk food bag and stuffing pieces of pastries that she bought from Beimeng's Nanchao market into her mouth. The little fatty was like a money grubber with a brain problem, crawling and rolling on the dragon chair, pinching and pinching, his eyes shining. After jumping off the dragon chair, he wanted to carry it away. But how could a dragon chair that weighed 1,000 pounds be so easy to carry? The young man was obviously very angry. With his back facing Zhou Junshin, he spread out his hands and suddenly pressed them on the dragon chair's two dragon heads. The golden dragon chair that was shining with a golden light instantly melted into a large pool of golden liquid at an astonishing speed, as if ice and snow were being roasted by a raging fire. The golden liquid that was used as a cushion on the steps was burned into a dazzling fire. The little fatty's boots and trousers were burned into nothing, but he himself was not injured at all. The young man fiercely fell to the ground with a plop and grabbed a handful of golden liquid, his eyes greedy. When the golden liquid flowed down the jade steps, it was originally going to pass by where the girl, Murong Baoding, and Hong Jingyan were standing, but the girl coldly snorted, and then with her as the center, the boiling golden liquid froze into a circle of gold in the blink of an eye. The girl's body was shrouded in mist, revealing a hint of frost. The girl was still angry, probably because she was angry that the fatty of the same age was obsessed with money. She ignored the golden liquid under her feet that did not decrease in temperature, and directly took a series of small steps. One foot stepping on the young man's butt, causing him to fall into the boiling golden liquid. The young man turned his head to glare at her, but he quickly turned his face back to the ground, his hands cheerfully continuously hugging the golden liquid above his head. The girl's cheeks were puffed up as she chewed on some stiff pastries. She stepped on the fat boy's fat and ugly buttocks one by one, splashing a large amount of golden liquid. The golden liquid condensed into golden ice cubes of different sizes in midair, falling into the golden liquid and melting again. Seeing this, Zhou Junshin's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Where did Beimeng find such a pair of water and fire freaks? Murong Half-Faced Buddha and Hong Jingyan were enough to turn Qing Tsang City upside down. With the addition of this pair of demons of unknown origin, not to mention the small Qing Tsang City, they could even kill their way in and out of the heavily guarded prince's mansion in Mount Qingliang several times. Murong Baoding walked down the steps and came to Zhou Junshin's side. He laughed softly and said, "If Bailiang knew that their new master had died in your house after only a few days of succession, what would you do?" Zhou Junshin's mind turned quickly. He carefully responded with his awkward and unpleasant northern Beimeng dialect. "Is there a place that will take me in?" The governor of Beimeng, who was half a head shorter than Zhou Junshin, smiled and slowly said, "Beimeng is far from being as rich as Liang's central plains, but there are still many fertile grasslands. compared to the land of refugees, it is still more suitable for living. This King's Orange province is one of the few rich places in Beimang. What's so difficult about taking in a few Zhou Junchen? However, if you Zhou Junchen want to go to Beimang and continue living the life of a local tyrant, it won't be easy. The key is that under the leadership of the residents of the Dragon King, there will be tens of thousands of refugees in Qingtsang who will migrate to Beimang. This king has come to the south this time to kill the king of Beiliang. However, if you Zhou Junchen can make a contribution to this king can also go with you to the empress to ask for a reward. It might even be possible to get a purple gold fish pouch. I'm sure you know that there are less than 60 purple gold fish pouches in the entire Beimang. Even Hong Jingyan, who holds the Ruran army of 3 towns, only received one recently. Zhou Junchen looked troubled. The difficult part of governing a land of refugees was that the refugees here never believed in propriety, justice, integrity, or shame. They especially didn't know how to write the word loyalty. Here, brothers turning against each other was common. Even father and son turning against each other, and killing each other wasn't rare. In order to control the refugees, one could only use force to subdue them. There was no such thing as using virtue to subdue them. Whoever had more soldiers and horses and brighter armor would be able to defecate and piss on the heads of others. Zhou Junchen's jurisdiction was centered around the ancient military town of Qingtsang, which had a population of 20,000. The influence of the residents of the Dragon King, the Zhou family, would begin to decline sharply once they left the city. If news of the residents of the Dragon King being destroyed were to spread, as long as the refugees outside the city knew that it wasn't an imminent disaster, they would just pick their noses and continue with what they were doing. They couldn't be bothered to care about whether the residents of the Dragon King was surnamed Zhou or something else. In addition to the less than 2,000 dragon-scale army, under Zhou Junchen's command, he didn't have the confidence to bring more people to Beimang. Even if it was the 4,000 or 5,000 bodyguards under the command of his trusted generals. For the refugees, life in this world was like this. No matter how hard it was, it couldn't get any harder. They were used to being frogs at the bottom of a well in the land of refugees. They didn't even want to wander elsewhere. Therefore, the spread of Buddhism in the land of refugees was far deeper and more extensive than that of Confucianism and Taoism. Since they couldn't pin their hopes on riches and honor in this life, they might as well endure more hardships, and endure all the hardships in their next life in hopes of being reincarnated into a good family in their next life. In the land of refugees that was full of disasters, those who could wander alone and stably were not martial arts masters who relied on their strength to bully others. Only those ascetic monks who were as poor as the refugees. Zhou Junchen didn't dare to make a promise on the spot. Morong Baoding obviously knew the unique circumstances of the land of refugees, so he didn't make things difficult for Zhou Junchen. He laughed softly and said, "You have your difficulties. This king can understand." In the eyes of ordinary refugees, even if they went to Beimang, even if they ate and drank well for a while, they might have to work for Beimang someday. Once the War of Liangmang starts, the first batch of people to die will be them who defected. In other words, if you rely on Beiliang, it's the same logic. The only difference is whether you will die under Beimang's arrows or under Beiliang's horse's hooves. Since that's the case, it's naturally better to continue hiding in the land of refugees. Beimang, Beiliang, they won't go anywhere. There's a saying in your country that it's better to live than to die. It's referring to the hundreds of thousands of refugees who can get on their horses and fight. Zhou Junchen smiled flatteringly and said, "The commandant has already seen through the affairs of the world. If the military power of Beimang is in the hands of the commandant, the imperial court of Zhao can only bow and obey." Morong Baoding said calmly, "Although you're flattering against your will, you're right about this king's thoughts. Tuoba Bodhisattva's so-called god of war is only a talent in military affairs. He's just a mediocre talent. Dongzhuo is more capable in military affairs. But no matter how capable he is, no matter how well he mingles, it's just the fate of Liang Sushao. It's a pity that Dongzhuo's rise came too late. The great generals of the southern dynasty who were ranked before him can still hold on for many years. Fatty Dong may not be able to smoothly reach the day when his meritorious service is so great that he can't be conferred the title of emperor." Zhou Junshin's scalp tingled. With a bitter face, he said in a low voice, "The commandant doesn't need to tell me these heavenly secrets. I'm short-sighted and my knowledge is shallow. Anyway, I don't understand." Murong Baoding, whose half-face was ferocious and terrifying, twitched the corner of his mouth. He patted Zhou Junshin's shoulder with one hand and said, "Don't worry. The current situation in the land of refugees is very delicate. The gains and losses of both sides of Liangmang have to be calculated by double. This king has recruited Zhou Junshin, so Bailiang will have one less Zhou Junshin. In the future, they will have to face General Zhou, who has a purple gold fish bag around his waist. This kind of business where even women and children know the pros and cons. This king won't be so muddle-headed as to let his emotions affect his decisions. When this prince was young, I once said that I wanted to pile the corpses of all the refugees on Mount Qingliang. At that time, I was young and impetuous, so I never cared about the general trend. I always thought that I could single-handedly turn the tide and suffered a lot." The young man and young woman had unknowingly run to their side. Most of the fat boy's clothes had been destroyed by the golden water. He directly took off the clothes on his back and made a skirt. He tied it around his waist, barely covering his crotch and white buttocks. The young man looked at Zhou Junshin, who was incomparably fearful, and asked with a smile, "Sir, do you have any money or treasure?" Zhou Junshin's face stiffened as he untied the suet jade that was said to have been obtained from the top of Mount Kunlun. Unexpectedly, the young man whose chest was stained with golden water only glanced at it, and was greatly disappointed. He hurriedly asked, "It has to be like that chair. It has to be golden and shiny. Otherwise it's worthless." Zhou Junshin looked helplessly at Murong Baoding, but the latter ignored him and moved away to whisper to Hong Jingyan, "Misfortune never came alone." Before one wave had subsided, another wave arose. The average-looking young woman also walked in front of Zhou Junshin and coldly threatened, "Do you have anything to eat? If not, I'll turn you into an ice corpse." A money grubber and a foodie? Chapter 997. Zhou Junshin, who was still the emperor of Qingtsong yesterday, was at a loss. He almost begged the two children to stop torturing him. When Hong Jingyan was talking to Murong Baoding, he looked at the young man and woman who were secretly regarded as national treasures by Beimang. The qi cultivators of the Central Plains were divided into the north and south. The south was led by the Guanyin sect in the South Sea. The north was concentrated in the imperial astronomer. Any noble who dared to raise a qi cultivator, even if the Zhao family's emperor was known for his tolerance, would definitely be sentenced to death. Li Mixi had once learned that the dragon-seeking qi cultivators of the northern sect had been working for the celestial phenomenon cultivator, Lu Hao, all these years. But he did not know if they were helping him enter the Saint Realm, or building some kind of formation in Great Peace City. There were not many qi cultivators in the northern Mang. At their peak, there were only about 100 of them. Their numbers might not even be comparable to the Guanyin sect. Now 9 out of 10 of them were dead. This tragedy was due to Murong Baoding finding his biological brother and sister. The two of them were given the surnames of Yelu and Murong respectively. One was called Yelu Kain, while the other was called Murong Kaiyang. They were the living knife gui bait, recorded in the secret manual of the qi cultivators. It was said that if one ate one of the two, they could either enter the heavens or the underworld. However, Murong Baoding had never believed in such things. At that time, he had offered it to his sister, the Empress of the Northern Mang. The latter had also scoffed at the Taoist talk of immortality and ascension. As for the ownership of the brother and sister, she had jokingly said to his younger brother, "If you don't take what is given to you by the heavens, you will suffer a calamity instead." She had even given it to the Orange Prefecture. The Empress had even used the power of the entire country to allow the brother and sister to become qi cultivators of the northern Mang by chance. Yelu Kain was good at controlling fire, while Murong Kaiyang could make the summer river instantly form a long bridge of ice. Murong Baoding smiled and asked, "Do you think Zhong Liang can kill that young man?" Hong Jingyan said calmly, "Zhong Liang is frivolous and doesn't know how to cherish his talent. At most, his state is similar to that of the fifth raccoon. In a one-on-one battle, Zhong Liang has a high chance of winning. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that he can kill." Murong Baoding took the lead and walked to the door of the hall. He is related to the demon Luoyang. Don't you have any thoughts? Hong Jingyan said something mysterious. If I want to kill him, I'm afraid that the Orange Province will stop me. Murong Baoding laughed it off and changed the subject. Bei Meng Liang and Bailiang, a tripartite balance of power. Originally, as long as Su Xiao did not die, the other two sides would have to obediently follow Bailiang's orders. At that time, Liang wished that the young heir apparent would die prematurely. They carried out many assassinations, hoping that Bailiang would die the second time. Later, beyond everyone's expectations, Bailiang quietly settled the general situation. Su Fengnian's hereditary succession could not be stopped. Then Chen Jibao entered the capital. Following his resignation as the Minister of War, he was conferred the title of King of Western Shu. As a result, Bei Meng, who had been watching the fun, became anxious. Last year, they were beaten by Bailiang to the bone. There were countless civil and military officials in the northern and southern dynasties, but only the Orange Province and Dongjua insisted on fighting on the western front. They insisted on fighting head-on with the new king of Bailiang and Chen Jibao in western Shu. As a result, Li Mibi's spider web shifted its focus from this king and these people to Su Fengnian, hoping to kill the new king who no longer had Su Xiao to rely on. At that time, Bailiang would have no leader and would be much easier to bully. Since it was more or less certain that Su Fengnian would not rebel, Liang Xiaogo would have to pinch his nose and risk his life to protect Su Fengnian from dying at the hands of Bei Meng, so as to avoid missing the northwestern gateway. It was really a big joke. With Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry being used up against the southern court, and with Chen Jibao glaring at western Shu, it would be much more difficult to carry out the peace edict's plan of east-west confrontation. Even if it succeeded, according to the peace edict, it would cost more than 200,000 lives. Perhaps this is the power of the man called Yuan Bunshi in Great Peace City. Scholars move their mouths, and warriors die on the battlefield. In the current situation of the romance of the Three Kingdoms, Bailiang doesn't move, and Bei Meng and Liang don't dare to act rashly. Unknowingly, 20 years of peace have been exchanged for the common people of the two dynasties. This is all thanks to Li Yishan. It's a pity that this enemy is dead, and there's no way to tell him face to face. This king has a belly full of words, and he can only nag and nag to you, Hong Jingyan. Hong Jingyan smiled. Fortunately, there's still Chulushan. Murong Baoding stretched out his hand and placed it on his cheek. Yes, there's still Chulushan. The two had already stepped through the threshold of the main hall. Looking at the somewhat lonely scene in the square, Hong Jingyan suddenly said, Su Yambing secretly escorting the young king is a reasonable thing. This person's methods of intercepting and rescuing the Bailiang administrator's son at the border cannot be underestimated. If it wasn't for the peace edict, I really don't have the confidence to kill people in Qingsong. Since Su Yambing hasn't shown himself, it means that it's as I guessed before. Zhongliang really can't kill Su Fengnian. First, there's the butcher Su Xiao who doesn't want to be the emperor, Chen Jibao who wants to settle the country through 2 battles, and then there's the traitor Chu Lushan. Now there's the Su Fengnian who likes to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Bailiang really has a lot of strange people and strange things. If you ask me, Bailiang really should follow the plan of the emperor's preceptor and destroy it first. Murong Baoding's words hit the nail on the head. If you don't attack the nearby Bailiang, how can you compete with Dongjua for military merits? How can you be the king of the southern courtyard? Hong Jingyan also argued. Is the peace edict really going to do business with Bailiang? Chapter 998. Murong Baoding laughed and said bluntly, as long as this kid agrees, and as long as you, Hong Jingyan, do not meddle, the king of the northern courtyard will be his in the future, and the king of the southern courtyard will be yours. When Bei Meng pacifies the world, your northern and southern courtyards will no longer be defined by the current Bei Meng northern and southern dynasties, but by the current Bei Meng Liang. Hong Jingyan, do you think he will agree? Su Fengnian entered the city alone as a show of sincerity. This king even traveled thousands of miles south to this land of refugees, and spared his life. His sincerity should not be small, right? Hong Jingyan said indifferently. If Su Fengnian can recruit hundreds of thousands of refugees, he will be able to secure his position as the king of Bailiang. Similarly, if he can tame 300,000 cavalrymen, he will be able to smoothly proclaim himself as the emperor after His Majesty ascends to the heavens. But before that, if I go against His Majesty, not only will I lose the Ruran military power that I just obtained, but I will also follow in Luo Yang's footsteps and be hunted down. On the surface, why don't we just follow His Majesty's orders and kill Su Fengnian, and let him accompany his father? Then we will rely on our own abilities to fight for people, food, and territory in Beiliang. When the time comes, whoever can destroy Western Shu will be crowned as the king. Murong Baoding interrupted Hong Jingyan's words and sneered. That old woman won't be able to live for much longer. You know very well just how much the Yelu clan, the previous ruler of the northern Mang, hates her. If you don't let me take over, the Murong clan will have to take the risk of the Yelu clan digging up my ancestral graves. The old woman is very wary of this younger brother of Ben Wang, so of course she will have a plan after her death. But when a person dies, politics dies, just like a lamp that goes out. Without her protection, and with Ben Wang's illegitimate son, Li Mibi is destined to die miserably. If Tuoba Bodhisattva wants to kill this king, unless this king fights him one-on-one. Otherwise, with his ability to lead troops, this king will definitely lose in a battle of 100,000 against 100,000. But above 200,000, he will definitely die. This king and Zhong Shentong are in secret collusion. Almost everyone in Beimeng knows about this fact. As the ruler of a country, what can that old woman do to the Zhong family? The Zhong family was not like the Su family. They were ruffians who rebelled whenever they wanted. This is also the reason why he is willing to look at the Su family in Beiliang. The chess and sword music school's Gong Luzi was silent. The changes in the square and the palace were overwhelming. It was completely beyond the imagination of Queen Yururu and Mao Gu. First, Minister Tang died in the hands of Su, even though he had a talisman array. Then, Second Minister Liang Zhong was extraordinarily powerful. He only used an ordinary iron spear to make the young king bleed. What happened next was even more confusing. After the third minister of offerings from southern border showed up, he did not rush to join hands with the second minister. He just casually took out a brocade pouch from his sleeve with his dark purple fingers. Then he waved his sleeve and rolled up the peach blossoms that filled the sky, including the second minister. As a result, the 2 rows of peach trees under the palace wall became dead trees. At that time, Mao Bishan and Gu Feiqing knew that the essence of the talisman array was not the 2 aggressive talisman swords, but the inconspicuous poisonous peach blossoms. Mao Bishan had already fled. Gu Feiqing, who had always been loyal to the residents of Dragon King, did not care about etiquette. He held his breath and threw the queen outside. He risked his life to close the palace door. But just after a few steps, black blood flowed out of his chi orifice and he died. Southern Border had an immortal Gu that specialized in killing immortals. This immortal was naturally not an unfettered land immortal, but one of the 3 realms of first rank. However, it was similar to many moves in the pugilistic world that were powerful but could not withstand a single blow. Although the peach blossom immortal Gu of the third minister was not vulgar, it could not take the life of the demon. Instead, it was nailed to the palace wall by Zhong Liang. What was unimaginable was that the old man could actually let out a sinister laugh. He pressed his hands on the iron spear and pulled his body out of the spear inch by inch. After falling to the ground, his voice was hoarse. He sat down and said to the young man who had been watching by the side, "By the order of Master Li Yuanying, I respectfully welcome the king of Beiliang." Only then did he die with his eyes wide open. It was not the spear that took this death warrior's life, but the peach blossom immortal Gu itself. However, Zhong Liang was not unscathed. He used his fingers to wipe away the black blood that flowed from his ears to his temples. His life was not in danger, but his cultivation was still affected. Murong Baoding and Hong Jingyan left the palace at this time. Zhong Liang, who had a full beard, was silently healing his injuries. Su Fengnian squatted in front of the old death warrior of Beiliang, and closed the old man's eyes. Su Fengnian had seen Murong Baoding's picture in the Tide Listening Pavilion's secret files. After standing up, he heard this half-faced Buddha ask with a smile, "This king is accompanied by the 6th in the world, Gong Luzi. I wonder where Su Yambing is?" Su Fengnian smiled and did not speak. Murong Baoding deliberately drew in a breath of cold air, and asked meaningfully, Did you really come to Chingsong City alone? Are you trying to use yourself as bait to catch a few big fish? Su Fengnian said frankly, fishing is not fake, but it's my family's business. It can't be considered catching big fish. Su Yambing is definitely here, but I don't know where this king is, and I don't know when he will appear. Morong Baoding looked at the calm young man under the wall and felt a heartfelt admiration. He somewhat understood why the current Zhao family's son of heaven was in love with Chen Jibao. In the future, when he sat in the north facing the south and ruled the world, there would be such outstanding officials standing in the imperial court. Not to mention other things, just watching them stand there and serve him was very pleasing to the eye. Morong Baoding laughed heartily and said, Su Fengnian, you may not know this, but this king's true eldest son is Yulu. This king can let bygones be bygones for your grievances with him. Su Fengnian took the crossing the river pawn from his waist and placed it in front of his eyes. He gently exhaled and purple thunderbolts rolled onto the scabbard, bouncing gently. There were 9 thunderbolts pearls on the blade. These were the treasures that he had obtained from his battle with Lu Haosher. They could be considered priceless treasures. Su Fengnian looked at Morong Baoding and Hong Jingyan, who were standing side by side, and said something that even these 2 top experts could not understand. I have had Wang Xinji's mentality since 800 years ago. The whole world is my enemy. I am invincible in the world. Chapter 999. Morong Baoding glanced at the rolling thunder on the scabbard, and was a little surprised. Although martial arts were vast and there were countless unorthodox methods, as long as it was related to qi cultivators, it was considered top-notch. The young brother and sister behind him were more than familiar with this. In Beimang, there were qi cultivators who were proficient in collecting thunder and lightning. The money grubber boy and the foodie girl gathered together and whispered to each other, especially the gluttonous girl. She smacked her lips and stared fixedly at the 9 genuine purple sky thunder. She was very envious. As long as she swallowed them into her stomach and nourished them for a few years, she would definitely be able to beat this annoying fatty beside her into a pig's head. Hong Jingyan's expression was still rigid. When one's martial arts realm had reached such a high level, it was nothing more than coping with changes by sticking to the status quo. Su Fengnian's crossing the river pawn in his left hand was out of its scabbard in an instant. The speed of the blade was so fast that the scabbard that left his palm crashed into the palace wall. Su Fengnian's arm followed Wang Xiu's arc formula and swung the blade down. The 9 thunder lingered and the purple clouds dazzled. Zhong Liang unceremoniously controlled the iron spear that was abandoned by Su Fengnian. He had been holding the spear with one hand. This time he finally held the spear with 2 hands and took out enough attention to deal with the unsheathed blade. The spear curved horizontally. Before the sharp blade of the blade touched it, the curved tip of the spear was already pointed at Su Fengnian's waist. Su Fengnian did not deliberately change from attacking to defending. He just followed the blade with ease as if he was possessed by God and understood the wonders of the Xian finger. The tip of the blade suddenly twisted and fell faster and faster. His body was also forcefully pulled a few feet forward. The rolling blade technique was still the rolling blade technique. It was just that compared to the rolling blade technique of ordinary swordsmen, it was much more mysterious. The spear missed for no reason. Zhong Liang's eyes lit up. Borrowing the force of the curved spear, the curved body of the spear also curved. In the eyes of others, one person was following the blade, and the other person was unwilling to fall behind. Therefore, the person followed the spear. At first, Morong Baoding had a smile in his eyes. He did not think highly of the kid's rolling blade technique. However, when he saw that Su Fengnian's bladesmanship seemed to be disorderly, but it was just right. Every blade was chopped 4 feet away from Zhong Liang's face. This somewhat surprised half-faced Buddha. Zhong Liang, who kept dodging, frowned. He was not angry that this kid was taking revenge on him for pointing the tip of the spear at his glabella. It was because he had never heard of such a ridiculous rolling blade technique. Of course, Zhong Liang did not know that there was an old swordsman from East Yu named Song Yanqing. When he went out in Jianghu for the last time, he had 14 swords and 14 moves. The only sword with a sword tassel was called Jiao Dan, which meant that he was carrying a lamp to illuminate the mountains and rivers. It was such a walking sword that he walked all the way to the side of the white-robed Luo Yang. Every time Su Fengnian's rolling blade finger, a purple thunder was suspended. After 9 times he suddenly clenched his right hand. There were 9 flying swords hidden in the 9 thunder, which condensed into a formation and trapped Zhong Liang. Su Fengnian did not look at how the breeding demon was going to deal with it. He randomly patted the void with one hand, which was the 18 strokes of the hujia played by the blind female zither player in the battle in the rainy alley. His finger tapped on the soldiers crossing the river, which was the finger sword secret skill of the young female chi trainer on the lake of Yuyan Mountain Villa. Many of the abandoned talisman swords that were left behind in the square jumped up from the ground and stabbed fiercely at Zhong Liang with distorted trajectories. Together with the domineering thunder pool flying sword and the unpredictable hujia paddle, it created a magnificent scene. The 3 arcs of the arc formula formed momentum. At this time, Su Fengnian's 3 arcs were secretly learned from Song Nianqing, Xue Songguan, and the Qi trainer from the South Sea. They seemed to be unrelated, but they were fused together and vaguely appeared to be in the great Grandmaster realm. Morong Baoding chuckled softly. It looks good and is quite practical, but it's a bit too messy. There's still a long way to go before returning to the original state of celestial phenomenon. Zhong Liang was exhausted dealing with the 3 arcs in the formation. It was easy to deal with the barbarian clapper that came out of nowhere. With his Vajra physique, even if he was hit by it, it would be nothing more than a flesh wound. It was just a small matter of losing face. He didn't know how the boy controlled the dozens of talisman swords, but it didn't matter. With Zhong Liang's Xian finger comprehension, he could deal with it easily. In the past, with his rare talent, he didn't even need to dodge. However, he was afraid that if he didn't dodge, he would fall into a trap. Moreover, the flying swords of the sword tomb, which were wrapped in purple thunder as clothes, were no longer close to him, a natural sword embryo. Each of the 9 kinds of sword chi had its own killing intent, which was the real trump card. The iron spear that Zhong Liang held with both hands had its spearhead cut off by the purple thunder. From the moment the guy unsheathed the saber in his left hand until now, Zhong Liang hadn't been able to fight back even once. This made the second young master of the Beimeng family, who ranked relatively low among the top 10 devils, but had outstanding strength, really angry. Beimeng was at the top of the martial arts world, and the number of times they fought each other was far more than Liang. They never liked the martial arts fights that didn't hurt each other's feelings. If old monster Wang from the martial emperor city didn't go to Liang Jianghu to be a whetstone, the number of people in the martial arts ranking list might not even be equal to the number of people in Beimeng. In Beimeng, heroes didn't matter where they came from. Many people were nameless one day, and the next day, they became the distinguished guests of the general. Zhong Liang didn't rely on his identity as Zhong Shintong's younger brother to stand out in Beimeng's Jianghu. He relied on being hunted and being hunted again and again. When he was young, he provoked the Dragon King, who was also one of the top 10 devils, and was hunted for nearly a month. It was because of that escape that made Zhong Liang finally become a level 1 master. The reason why Zhong Liang deliberately showed mercy before was not only because he wanted to humiliate the young king, but also because he couldn't stand the kid's attitude of not taking out his saber when he practiced. How dare he put on airs in front of Zhong Liang? Only now did he know that the young king of Beiliang had learned a variety of skills, and was not inferior to him at all. After he took out his saber, his momentum was even more imposing. Zhong Liang had to restrain his contempt and treat him as an opponent that he could fight with all his strength. Zhong Liang certainly knew that the young man standing 5 feet away from him had many tricks up his sleeves. Other than the thunder-wrapped flying sword, he must have a more powerful trump card. Zhong Liang guessed that it must be the second saber on the right side of his waist. Zhong Liang had heard that Su Fengnian, who was once a disciple of Li Chungang, used the mind cultivation technique to cultivate his saber. On the grassland, he used his saber to kill the colorful python demon beside Tuoba Chun-sun. Zhong Liang dealt with the talisman swords that were undulating with the rhythm of Su Fengnian's rhythm. Of course, there was the more troublesome purple thunder sword formation. When Su Fengnian made a move, Zhong Liang countered it. It seemed complicated and long, but in fact, it only took a few blinks of an eye for the talisman swords to be broken and fell to the ground. Zhong Liang's iron spear had also been cut by more than half, and the spear had become a long saber. Fortunately, Zhong Liang's talent was so high that no matter what he learned, he could easily go further than many famous experts who studied for their entire lives. The broken spear in his hand knocked against the purple thunder flying sword. The sound was loud and clear, like the sound of a 1,000-pound bell. It could be heard clearly outside the residence of Dragon King. Every time the spear knocked against the sword, Zhong Liang's perception of each thunder flying sword increased. When the expressionless young man holding the saber finally moved his right hand, Zhong Liang's pupils shrank. He knew that the saber in his right hand was about to be unsheathed. The outsiders, Murong Baoding and Hong Jingyan, sighed softly almost at the same time. Su Fengnian was indeed holding the hilt of Xiudong's saber in his right hand. However, the one who made the move was not Xiudong, but the scabbard crossing the river pawn. Su Fengnian's palm was split open and blood splattered everywhere. It was obvious that the crossing the river pawn was so fast that even Su Fengnian, who was holding the saber, could not control it. Outside the Shenwu city, a person who was far away in the martial emperor city borrowed a sword. Su Fengnian decisively gave him the sword. At the last moment of life and death, he killed Han Shengxian, the cat that was known as the land immortal, Han Wudi. Chapter 1000. This time, Su Fengnian returned the sword to the old man surnamed Sui. This time, he returned the scabbard to the soldier who had crossed the river. Otherwise, with Su Fengnian's spiritual foundation, he would have been able to cultivate the one-sleeve azure dragon. He would not have only used the rolling knife technique, which was born from Song Nianqing's shining guts sword technique, to fight against Zhong Liang. Everything was just an extremely sinister smokescreen to pave the way for returning the sword. In the soul-stirring trap outside the Shenwu city, the famous sword Spring and Autumn was only a foot away from the human cat's heart. The further the person who borrowed the sword was, the more powerful it would be. However, Zhong Liang was not the mysterious celestial phenomenon of death Han Shengxian. This time, when the sword returned to the scabbard, it still directly penetrated the chest of this Beimang demon. It was just that he did not die on the spot. The third consecrator pulled out the iron spear with his body forward. Zhong Liang directly passed through the scabbard of the soldier who had crossed the river, and crashed into the palace wall to escape. Su Fengnian did not chase after him. He only looked at the dead Bailiang spy sitting on the ground. It could be considered that he had avenged the old man's hatred for the spear. Murong Baoding said regretfully, with Zhong Liang's ability, he should have fought with all his strength from the beginning. How could he be in such a difficult situation? His talent is really high. Before Luo Yang, he was the fastest person in Beimang to enter the Finger Mysterious Realm from the Vajra realm. He was even faster than Li Chenggang from Liang. This is a great thing, but also a great thing. The Vajra realm is naturally not as invulnerable as other martial artists who have been stuck in this realm for many years. Zhong Liang was lucky that as the immortal sword embryo, he was able to sense the danger before the scabbard blade from the sword Wei pierced his heart. This was why he was able to avoid the fate of being stabbed to the heart. Unfortunately, he was lucky enough to avoid this blade. However, he could not avoid Su Yanbing, who came with the instant spear. Hong Jingyan hesitated, and was about to step forward. Murong Baoding laughed softly. Have you thought it through? Do I really have to save Zhong Liang from Su Yanbing's hands, so that I can express my goodwill to this king's sister? Don't regret it. Hong Jingyan asked in return. If Hong Jingyan could hide the secret of the military edict from His Majesty, why couldn't the military edict wait for Hong Jingyan's plan before acting? Murong Baoding didn't say anything and just shook his head. The two of them parted ways. As soon as Hong Jingyan left the palace, Murong Baoding muttered to himself, "If I don't dare to gamble, how can I take it?" Murong Baoding raised his voice and said to Su Fengnian with a smile, "This is Gunglozi. Don't be fooled by his high cultivation level. In this king's eyes, he is far inferior to you. Just now, this king even promised to divide the king of the north and south courtyards with you. Now it seems like he is really humiliating you, Su Fengnian." Su Fengnian took a deep breath and absorbed the 9 purple thunder. He then controlled his qi to take back the soldier of crossing the river that was still in its sheath. He shook it casually and shook off the blood of Zhong Liang on the sheath. He asked with a smile, "If you were to face this blade, what would the result be?" There was no tense atmosphere between the two of them. Murong Baoding sat lazily on the steps and laughed. This king can predict that blade, but he probably won't be able to dodge it. However, even if your blade hits this king's chest, you won't be able to pierce it. It's not that this king is looking down on you. In fact, only Wang Xianji and Tuoba Bodhisattva can do it with their bare hands. Dong Tai's sword can also do it. As for the others, the difficulty is not small. Oh right, there's also Li Xiaoxin with the King Kong glare. So even if Hong Jingyan went crazy and turned around to kill this king won't take it seriously. He will just leisurely run back to Beimang. Who knows, he might even be able to chat with you guys. The martial arts evaluation released by Beimang asserted that as long as Wang Xianji was willing to join forces with Tuoba Bodhisattva, they could kill all 8 people behind them. No matter how much the world discussed, there was no way to know what these 8 people were thinking. At this time, there were 2 people in the residence of Dragon King. One was the 6th in the world, while the other was the 8th. They had a drink and chat on their journey to the south. Hong Jingyan, who stood at a higher position, admitted this, but Murong Baoding denied it. However, the reason why he denied it was not because he was conceited about his cultivation, but because he felt that Dong Tai, who was going to visit immortals after borrowing the sword, would have a chance to surpass Tuoba Bodhisattva's realm, and be on equal footing with Wang Xianji. Su Fengnian asked. Even Su Yambing's instant spear can't do it. Murong Baoding thought about it seriously and said, firstly, this king's true strength is unknown. Secondly, if he says that he can't do it, you will only think that he is bragging. Su Fengnian smiled and said, if Su Yambing doesn't want to fight with you, there will naturally be someone else who will. Murong Baoding said in a low voice, no room for discussion? Do we have to fight and kill? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, when Su Xiao was alive, he was too lazy to pay attention to you guys. In this life, I will not do business with Beimang. Murong Baoding stood up with a face full of regret. He stretched and said, it turns out that you are much more stupid than this king thought. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I'll return the same words to you. The spy leader of Qingtsong was actually a pawn planted by Beimang. After lying to Zhou Junqian about the military situation, he had already disappeared. He said that Su Fengnian had entered the land of refugees alone, and that Beiliang did not have a large army. In fact, he was only half right. Other than the young king of Beiliang, who was supposed to be the son of a rich family, there was also a mighty cavalry of 1,000 men. However, there were less than 100 men in armor. The remaining 800 to 900 men were wearing kasayas. Their bald heads were very eye-catching. It was actually a scene of a large group of monks heading west. There was only one carriage. Nearby, there was a huge black tiger running around. From time to time, it would stop and turn its head, waiting for the carriage. The cavalry on both sides were all heavily armored. Even the ignorant and inexperienced people in the land of refugees could tell at a glance that this was the Longxiang army that had destroyed 3 important towns of Beimang last year. They were the elites of Beiliang's elite cavalry. It was the 30,000 dragon elephant cavalry that had trampled half of Gusai state into pieces. Who in the southern court was not afraid of the black-clothed youth's invincibility? Beiliang had always been close to Buddhism, especially after the Liang imperial court destroyed Buddhism. Countless monks and monks fled to Beiliang Taoism, which seemed to be the only worry-free pure land left in the world. Then the new king of Beiliang suddenly ordered all the monks in Liangzhou to enter the land of refugees to preach Buddhism. He also promised that there would be armored cavalry to protect them. Most of the foreign monks were afraid that they had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. For a while, they took a wait-and-see attitude. Fortunately, the king of Beiliang did not make things difficult for them. He only ordered the 600 local monks in Liangzhou to gather and head west, without any resistance. However, there were more than 300 foreign monks who still had the idea that if they did not go to hell, they would die. In addition to Liangzhou, there were also monks from Yuling and Liangzhou who set off quickly. Many monks who chose to give up the risk regretted when they learned that the Black Tiger, who had listened to the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen's scripture, was also in the cavalry. Many monks who were familiar with the ways of the world wanted to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. They tried to secretly follow the cavalry, but they were mercilessly driven back to Liangzhou by the border cavalry. After the Beimeng spy Taoist Qing Huai, who had been dormant in Qingrong Temple for many years, was killed by Beiliang's falcons, monk Huangdeng, who was a famous monk in Gangnam-do, witnessed the death of the old Taoist with his own eyes. The old monk Huangdeng became the new abbot of Qingrong Temple. This time, the new king of Liang ordered the monks to go west to the land of refugees. The old monk Huangdeng was the first monk to take the initiative to go to Liangzhou, and he was also the most famous one among them. Therefore, monk Huangdeng was specially allowed to ride in the carriage by Beiliang, which was a great honor. However, the old monk Huangdeng seemed to be a little restless along the way. He was not an old monk who bowed in front of the powerful. Monk Huangdeng was known for his teachings in Gangnam-do. Even when facing the honorable provincial governor, he was treated the same as a peddler. The reason why the old monk Huangdeng was uncomfortable was that the younger brother of the new king of Liang was sitting in the carriage. It was Su Longxiang, who had massacred the city and killed the surrendered soldiers at the border last year. If that was all, the monk would not be so restrained. The main reason was that this prince was not barefoot and dressed in black like before. Instead, he was wrapped in an extremely strange bright red armor, revealing only his eyes. The carriage was filled with murderous intent. Monk Huangdeng, who was known for his Buddhist aura, was pitiful. Some distance away from Qingsong City, a falcon was hovering at a low altitude. Hearing the sound, the talisman armor suddenly stood up and left the carriage. The young man in armor began to run wildly. Before the red armor entered the residence of Dragon King, which was located at the westernmost position, it had smashed the entire Qingsong City in a straight line. The Great Vajra Realm against the Great Vajra Realm. Chapter 1001. As soon as Zhongliang broke through the wall, someone immediately broke through the wall and came over. Moreover, this guy was dressed in bright red. The key point was that he looked like a very valuable family property. This made the money-grubbing young man widen his eyes in envy. He felt that if he had this outfit, he would be very impressive. The foodie girl, who was more talented than her brother, was no exception. She hid behind Morong Baoding and stuck her head out, staring intently. At this time, Morong Baoding's heart was more ridiculous than angry. Did this Su guy just use an armor to send him away? He had heard that there was a talisman general armor among the 4 grandmasters of Liang. He was a good-for-nothing who had been skinned alive. Morong Baoding had always been prejudiced against these so-called masters who used external objects to abuse their power. He looked at Su Fengnian with a gloomy face and said, "This king has already been rejected by Hong Jingyan once. This king's patience is running out. Su Fengnian, I advise you not to take advantage of him. Be careful that you don't become the second Zhou Junqian." Su Fengnian seemed to be in a good mood. He walked to the side of the red armor and patted it here and there. He seemed to be relieved. He turned his head and smiled at half-faced Buddha. "Morong Baoding, don't think too highly of yourself. Who are you trying to scare by calling him this king? This is not Orange Province, and you haven't become the emperor of Beimeng. As for me, thanks to my father, I've seen the emperor of Liang, the empress of Beimeng, and the vassal kings of Liang. I've also seen many of the top 10 people in the world who are better than you in the martial arts evaluation. They don't seem to be as arrogant as you. Therefore you should speak as arrogantly as you can." Morong Baoding put on a fake smile and twitched his lips, revealing a strong murderous intent. Talisman General Su Longxiang looked at his brother. The latter nodded, indicating that he should play freely. Since One Cut Willow was Morong Baoding's illegitimate son, he should treat it as the father paying the son's debt. Su Longxiang turned to face Morong Baoding. He didn't know if it was because of the talisman armor's tight concealment or if it was just a bluff, but Morong Baoding didn't feel any abundant qi flow. This made the governor, who had high vision, very puzzled. Where did Su Fengnian come up with such a joke? Wasn't he afraid of disgrace? Morong Baoding only knew that Su Zhao's youngest son was born with a Vajra. He was barefoot and dressed in black. He led the cavalry of Dragon and Elephant and bullied the 3 military towns of Gentleman's Hall. They were like 3 virgins who had no power to fight back. His son's exquisite murderous sword qi couldn't kill him. Naturally, the governor of Orange Province didn't expect that Su Fengnian would make an unnecessary move and let his younger brother wear the talisman general red armor. Su Longxiang's 5 fingers stretched and clenched into a fist. His body moved and he instantly punched Morong Baoding's chest. The chi flow was vast and mighty, and the square shook. Although Morong Baoding's body only swayed slightly and seemed to be motionless, the invisible mirror between Su Longxiang and the governor rippled violently. The 2 palace walls on the edge of the mirror were torn apart, and the peach trees near the foot of the wall were crushed into powder in an instant. Morong Baoding stretched out his hand and rubbed Morong Sayang's head behind him. The girl knew the severity of the situation, and immediately retreated to the throne room with Yelukain. After Su Longxiang punched, his body swept back and returned to his original position. He crossed his arms over his chest. This posture clearly showed that he wanted Morong Baoding to punch him back. He didn't dodge. Morong Baoding said, "Oh, so it's Huang Man, from the Su family who was born with divine strength. No wonder, no wonder." Su Fengnian gently slapped Huang Man's head and laughed angrily. "He's the 8th most powerful person in the world, Morong half-faced Buddha. Why are you being so polite with him? 1 punch each. Treat it as playing house and beat him up with all your might. This guy's ranking isn't high among the 10, but his ability to take a beating is outstanding. His killing power isn't good, and he's much worse than Dong Tai and Han Shengxian. If it were any other of the 10 most powerful people in the world, I wouldn't be at ease. But since it's Morong Baoding, it doesn't matter. Brother can verify if there are any flaws in the talisman armor that the Mo family's great son carefully crafted." Su Fengnian looked at Huang Man's eyes and glared. "You're not allowed to take off your armor." Morong Baoding walked down the steps and mocked himself. "You 2 brothers really don't take this king seriously." Su Fengnian covered his hands with his sleeves and hid far away at the foot of the wall. He squatted beside the old consecrator's corpse. Morong Baoding didn't finish walking down the steps. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and casually pushed Su Longxiang's head, which was covered with the talisman armor. Su Longxiang was sent flying. Not only did he smash through the palace gate, there was also a deafening shattering sound coming from the other side of the city gate. Morong Baoding's body was suspended in the air for a moment, before he floated down like a feather landing on the ground. This light feather actually crushed the solid bricks. Morong Baoding had just landed when a scarlet rainbow returned. This time, it was Morong Baoding's turn to fly back dozens of feet. In the blink of an eye, Morong Baoding took a step forward and punched out with his left fist. Su Longxiang's right fist collided with his. The astral chi rushed over, and Su Fengnian had no choice but to extend his arm in front of the old spy, Bailiang, to protect him. Then the 2 great Vajra realm martial artists fought with their left and right fists respectively. They were like 2 barbaric bulls wrestling. They didn't have the demeanor of an expert, but their aura was extraordinarily powerful. Morong Baoding roared angrily. His entire face was glowing with golden light. He pushed Su Longxiang a few feet away and kicked him. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. Su Longxiang bent down and wrapped his hands around the leg of the half-faced Buddha. He twisted his waist and forcefully pulled Morong Baoding out of the ground like a radish. He spun 1 round and threw it out, smashing half of the palace wall. Su Longxiang leaped up and stomped on Morong Baoding's head. The latter slapped with 1 hand, and his body was like a tornado. He whipped his leg and smashed Su Longxiang into the palace wall on Su Fengnian's side. Just like that, the 2 palace walls were destroyed in half. Su Longxiang stood up from the dust and slapped his palm on the chest of the talisman armor. His chi flowed in layers and dispelled the accumulated dust on the talisman armor. The red armor was still bright and didn't have any flaws. Su Fengnian grinned happily. For the past half a year, the group of old men in the machinery bureau was only 1 step away from being forced to hang themselves by him. Even the 2 great masters of Mo, who used to be easy to talk to, didn't give him any face. Later on, whenever they heard that he had come to the machinery bureau, they would simply use the lame excuse of seclusion to hide. Otherwise, they would say that they were old and their backs were sore, and their legs were cramping. Su Fengnian just had to shamelessly argue with these old men to see who was more shameless. Fortunately, this talisman armor, which involved materials, Taoist talismans, Buddhist incantations, and other vast problems, was finally completed on time. In fact, later on, the old men were addicted to studying it. When Su Fengnian said that he wanted to take it out for a walk, the two great masters of Mo looked at him with resentment, as if he had stolen their wives. They even threatened to fight the king of Bailiang to the death if it was damaged in the slightest. Fortunately, Su Fengnian threw out a huge bait. He said that no matter how much manpower, material, and financial resources Bailiang had to build the talisman armor to the level where it could withstand heavenly thunder. He even provoked them by asking if they dared to go against heaven's will. This made the eyes of a large group of old men immediately light up. They turned around and ran to draw the blueprint. They really ran, the kind where they ran away like a wisp of smoke. Su Fengnian looked up and saw that the throne room was still fine. The palace walls had already disappeared, but Huang Manor had somehow wrapped his hands around Morong Baoding's head and tucked it under his armpit. The two of them bumped into each other like this. After they bumped into the palace walls, they went to find trouble with the palace walls. Su Fengnian returned the favor. After he broke free, he grabbed Huang Manor's ankle and used the talisman armor as a knife to cut rice paper, cutting a gully in the middle of the palace walls. Huang Manor did not fall behind. He stepped on Morong Baoding's chest in the air and kicked the half-faced Buddha, who was known as the immovable wisdom king, to stagger. Then, the two of them began to fight back and forth, punching each other's heads. After each punch, the talisman armor and the half-faced Buddha were unharmed, but the ground under their feet cracked inch by inch. Huang Manor was still fine. He had the talisman armor on him, so he did not appear to be in a difficult situation. However, Morong Baoding's clothes were already in rags and he looked like an old beggar. He did not have the slightest bit of the bearing of a Beimeng military commander. Chapter 1002. Morong Baoding casually picked up an iron spear from the square and smashed it into the talisman armor's waist. The talisman armor was fine, but the iron spear shattered from head to tail. There were still many iron spears on the ground, but they were all picked up by Morong Baoding. During this time, 2 iron spears were aimed at Huang Manor's eyes, but they didn't succeed. The iron spears that were supposed to shatter were also shattered. Without the palace walls blocking his view, Su Fengnian's line of sight was still quite wide. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. He had intentionally looked down on Morong Baoding, who was the 8th most powerful person in the world. However, the half-faced Buddha's methods weren't as powerful as the other 9 people's. However, that was only when compared to Wang Xianji, Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Deng Tai. It didn't mean that Morong Baoding was a coward who only knew how to take a beating. The half-faced Buddha's punches and kicks weren't as powerful as Huang Manor's. If it were an ordinary martial artist in the Vajra realm, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Su Fengnian could see that the ingenuity of the half-faced Buddha's attack was that after a punch, there would still be a lingering effect on the opponent's body. The essence of willow sword chi was able to grow a willow. It was most likely born from this. Therefore, after more than 100 punches from Morong Baoding, how heavy would the chi accumulated on Huang Manor's talisman armor be? Therefore, when Huang Manor was pushed to the wall by Morong Baoding, before the talisman armor could touch the wall, a huge hole was blasted in the wall by the red armor's crazy chi. Morong Baoding looked at the red armor who stood up from the collapsed ruins, and let out a long sigh. Their clan had the custom of worshipping Buddha. When Morong Baoding was young, he liked to follow his elders to the temples to worship Buddha. Moreover, he would often raise his head to look at those gilded Buddhas, and he would often look at them for several hours. As he grew older, especially after the Morong Empress usurped the throne, the Morong clan became extremely honored. Morong Baoding did not neglect to focus on practicing martial arts and learning the art of war. Whenever he had free time, he would travel and visit famous temples to look at Buddha. This had practically become a strange hobby that everyone in the northern Ming and northern dynasties knew about. During the war between the two countries, Morong Baoding was good at raiding and killing the enemy with a small number of elite cavalry. He became famous early on, but he was much slower in martial arts. After the defeat, Morong Baoding went on a long trip alone and saw a big Buddha enlightened him. He learned the Vajra invincible sitting Buddha. After he opened acupoints, he opened and opened Buddha. And he opened Buddha's Vajra's body. Standing. Morong Baoding slowly raised his left palm in front of his chest. His right hand was about to press against his chest like a monk. standing Buddha between heaven and earth. Su Longxiang turned his head and looked at Su Fengnian, who was squatting in the distance. He took off the rune armor helmet with both hands and threw it at his feet. He wanted to follow the method that his brother had asked him to memorize. He wanted to knock on a few points of the array and take off the red armor in one go. However, Su Longxiang hesitated and only took off the helmet. He did not take off the armor completely. Su Fengnian saw this and sighed. He did not say anything. Su Longxiang was much taller than when he went to Mount Longhu to cultivate with the old celestial master Zhao Shituan. His face was sallow and emaciated, but the biggest change was that his eyes were less confused and more stubborn. It was this young man who slaughtered the soldiers of the 3 towns of Beimang. He personally led the cruel act of killing the surrendered soldiers after the spring and autumn period. Su Longxiang twisted his neck and punched the palm of his left hand with his right fist. Then he bent his knees slightly. Su Longxiang looked at the half-faced Buddha, whose body was overflowing with golden light. The corner of his mouth twitched. With Su Longxiang as the center, not only did the fist power that Murong Baoding left on the rune armor suddenly disappear, the atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to be absorbed by the young man. The young man was like an ancient ferocious beast. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Su Longxiang began to run. Step by step, he stepped on the ground with the momentum of 1,000 horses galloping thunder. Then he jumped up lightly. His 10 fingers intertwined and formed a fist, smashing down on the head of the standing Buddha. When Murong Baoding's invincible golden body was smashed into the ground, his hands were tightly pressed together, and there was a gap. Su Fengnian stood up. He knew that the situation in Qingsong City was settled. Su Fengnian did not stop the young man and woman from leaving quietly. Although Murong Baoding's body was broken by Huang Manor's fist, if both sides were to fight to the death, Su Fengnian might not be able to gain anything. Su Fengnian looked at Huang Manor's back. He probably felt that if he took off the rune armor helmet, he would be scolded by his older brother. He looked into the pit for a long time. When Su Fengnian did not appear, he ran to squat down and put on the helmet. He always had his back to Su Fengnian and just squatted like that. Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. He just lightly carried the old spy's corpse and walked into the very small throne room. Dressed in a dragon robe, Zhou Junqian bent down hard and called out to the king of Beiliang. He said a lot of mushy and flattering words. Su Fengnian placed the old man's corpse beside the dragon pillar. He did not say anything and just glanced at Zhou Junqian. The latter quickly shut up. He realized that the young vassal king in front of him, who had seen many storms, was not like the previous vassals he had relied on. Not only was his eyes shallow, but he was also soft-hearted. Zhou Junqian lamented in his heart. Half an hour ago, he was still waiting for his subordinates to tie this guy up and bring him to the throne room. He hoped that he could enjoy an audience with the dignified king of Liang. Now the battle outside had turned the world upside down. Not only had the Ruren Mountain Lord, Hong Jingyan, even Murong Baoding had to personally lead the battle. Thinking of this, Zhou Junqian bent down even more. Su Fengnian went straight to the point and said, "Originally, I wanted to rely on my status as the Northern Liang Prince to talk business with you while drinking. However, as the Azure City Lord, you really put on airs. All right, we can settle the old and new debts together. Wan Shandong is from Northern Liang, and so is your third consecrator. They all died because of you, Zhou Junqian. Your head isn't worth much, so you can't pay for it. When I came in, I estimated that you would have to use 20,000 loyal refugees to pay for it. Jiang Heng and Hidajia have about 3,000 bodyguards. Shen Kongwu, who is not in the city, has another 1,600. In addition, there are more than 1,000 dragon scale guards from the residence of the Dragon King. These are not included in the 20,000 people. Just take it as a gift for our first meeting." Zhou Junqian cried and wailed. "Your Highness, I don't have the ability to turn beings into soldiers. Winning over 20,000 refugees is harder than ascending to the heavens, let alone making them loyal. It's not that I don't want to do my best for your Highness, but I really don't have the strength to do it." Su Fengnian suddenly grabbed Zhou Junqian's neck with one hand and threw him onto a pillar. Zhou Junqian's feet were off the ground, and his back was against the pillar. He could not breathe. Su Fengnian's arm was wrapped with the red snake. He sneered and said, "Then you can die. It seems that after your head is cut off, it will be more useful to use it to intimidate the Qingsong refugees than to keep it on my shoulder." Zhou Junqian tried his best to grab Su Fengnian's arm with both hands, making a final struggle. He had only heard that this young man, who was still His Royal Highness last year, was undisciplined and lawless. He did not know that he was so unwilling to drag things out, and would take someone's life without a word. Zhou Junqian was smart, so he knew to wait for a good price to sell himself at a fair price. He did not want to sell himself too cheaply to Bailiang. It seemed that the king of Bailiang did not like smart people. If he had known this earlier, even if Zhou Junqian had the courage of a bear and the courage of a leopard, he would not have dared to hide his shrewdness. Su Fengnian reached out and pulled out the crossing the river pawn. He tilted the blade and gently pressed the tip of the blade against Zhou Junqian's forehead. He smiled and said, "If I stab the blade into your skull, I will probably be able to nail you to the pillar. Emperor, I have always wanted to kill you, so it's not a bad idea to try it out on you first." After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Junqian slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes with difficulty. He was in a trance and his vision was blurry. Could it be that he had arrived in the netherworld? Or was he still walking on the road to the Yellow Springs and had not crossed the bridge of helplessness? Zhou Junqian subconsciously touched his forehead. It seemed that there was no wound left behind. Zhou Junqian wanted to curse that person surnamed Su for being vicious and merciless, but his throat felt as uncomfortable as if a piece of burning coal had been stuffed into it. He reached out and touched his forehead. It hurt so much that his body trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and raised his head. He saw a snow-white hemp robe and a young face that made Zhou Junqian fear to the bone. Su Fengnian looked down at the local emperor, who was sitting limply on the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Zhou Junqian, you owe me another life. Tell me, how many refugees do you want to pay off your debt now?" Zhou Junqian, who knew that he had escaped death, had learned his lesson. He hugged the king of Bailiang's leg and cried out in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness, if you say tens of thousands, it will be tens of thousands. This humble one will listen to your Highness. If this humble one dares to say no, your Highness will reward this humble one with a knife. Your Highness, you don't even have to lift a finger." Su Fengnian kicked Zhou Junqian aside and walked out of the hall. Huang Man'er was still squatting there. The short youth was dressed in red armor and looked like a tall building. There was a red building between Bailiang and Beimang. If he wanted to kill Prince Liang, he had to pass through this building first. Chapter 1003. Su Yambing had not returned yet, so they still had to eat. Zhou Junqian, who had just escaped death, did not dare to flaunt his wealth with lavish fish and meat. He had the imperial kitchen carefully prepare a vegetarian feast. Queen Yururu accompanied him from the side, in charge of holding a bottle of rice wine. Zhou Junqian had tactfully taken off his dragon robe and changed into the brocade robe of an ordinary wealthy family. Naturally, Yururu followed her husband. Although she did not wear the phoenix coronet and robe, she still put some effort into it. She wore a yellow crown made of green and red velvet. It was inlaid with pearls and inlaid with jade, and it was a foot high. It was like a straight-neck goose head, making her slender white neck even more attractive. Huang Man'er wolfed down the food, and took a general with real power from Qingsong City to arrange for the monks to stay in the west. Zhou Junqian carefully glanced at the king of Bailiang, who was chewing slowly, and made up his mind to accompany him to eat, drink, and smile. As for sleeping with him, he was a man, but he was powerless. That was the skill of the queen of Qingsong City. Su Fengnian ignored Yururu's flirtatious glances and asked Zhou Junqian to tell him about the situation of the two kings of Bailiang. The spies of Bailiang were not immortals. They could not be meticulous in all aspects. Zhou Junqian was one of the 4 leaders in the land of refugees. The news from his mouth was not low. Malyoka, the king of Phoenix Soaring, was once an unknown metalworker in Yangzhou. The way he made his fortune was somewhat similar to Zhou Junqian's. Both of them first worked for other powerful forces, but they were nothing more than advisors. Later, his old master died in an assassination attempt. The nominal king of Phoenix Soaring was young and ignorant, so Malyoka was able to control the emperor and command his vassals. Little by little, he accumulated a substantial amount of wealth. However, Zhou Junqian said that this person had some fateful encounters with Mount Lantua in the western region. Since last year, he had been sheltering hundreds of monk soldiers. According to Northern Liang's spies, the Prince of Linyao, Kai Anshan, who came from an aristocratic family in northern Liang, was harsh and merciless. He was a person who shared weal and woe but could not share riches and honor with others. However, in Zhou Junqian's mouth, Kai Anshan was actually described as a rather heroic old man. Su Fingyan felt that Kai Anshan most likely had some ability to convince the vile Zhou Junqian wholeheartedly. As for the gang between Linyao and Fengxiang, they were all horse bandits who relied on plundering for a living. They turned their backs on each other and were experts in taking advantage of each other. Over the years, the three military towns had suffered quite a bit. Moreover, this group of horse bandits were often bold enough to cross the border and plunder from Northern Meng's southern court. Once, one of Northern Meng's great generals, Lu Gui, was alarmed. Not only did he personally lead an army to suppress the bandits, he also specially instructed a fatty surnamed Dong to keep an eye on this area. It was only after this incident that the horse bandits at the border of Gusai province were reduced by a lot. This lawless gang was stationed at Stone Mountain. Zhou Junqian said that the gang leader was a coquettish woman in the prime of her youth. He revealed the heavenly secret and reminded Su Fingyan that although this group of horse bandits was not on good terms with Northern Meng, both he and Kai Anshan privately felt that it was merely a ruse to injure themselves to gain the enemy's confidence. In reality, they were spies that Northern Meng had planted in the refugee lands. Su Fingyan sorted out Zhou Junqian's words bit by bit, and did not find any big loopholes. He asked, "The three old military towns and the horse bandits have a total of 170,000 to 180,000 sinners. About half of them are in the prime of their lives. They can fight on horseback and farm off horseback. They are a source of soldiers that even Beimeng covets. I don't expect to get all of them in one go. You see, Fengxiang, Linyao and Stone Mountain, there are only about 20 people in power in these three places. How many of them are willing to be appeased and recruited?" Zhou Junqian hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll risk my life to tell you the truth. As long as they don't really starve to death, they would rather be hungry than eat the leftovers given by the Bailiang. Take my Qingtsang city as an example. It's easy to guess that Shen Kongwu and his 1,600 people would take advantage of this opportunity to either establish their own family or to rely on Kai Anshan in Linyao City. They would rather die than run back to Qingtsang City. No matter how high the position you give him, it's useless." When he was 6 years old, he saw with his own eyes that the heads of his family's elders were chopped off one by one. Then he was driven to this desolate land of refugees. Even in his dreams, he was thinking about how to kill his way back to Bailiang for revenge. Fengxiang and Linyao also have many people in their prime who are irreconcilable with the Bailiang. They hold military power. Firstly, I'm not from the Bailiang noble family that was destroyed back then. I have no grudge against the Bailiang. Secondly, I admire the ability of the prince from the bottom of my heart. That's why I'm willing to do anything for the Bailiang." Su Fingyan put down his chopsticks and said calmly, "If you were in my position, how would you recruit the refugees? No matter how difficult it is, you still have to do it. If you can tell me the truth, I'll give you a great merit, and the Qingtsang Empire will still be in your pocket." Zhou Junqian was about to pretend to be trembling in fear when Yururu, who was holding the bottle, coughed lightly. Zhou Junqian quickly came back to his senses. He already knew the habits of this young king when he talked to you about serious matters. Don't be vague, it was better to be straightforward than anything else. Zhou Junqian drank a cup of wine to boost his courage. Then he said, "We refugees are all ghosts without a home or roots. Yes, we're the kind of pitiful people who don't even know where to go during the Qingming festival. We all believe that if we don't stay here, there will be a place to stay. We don't do long-term business here, and no one has the patience to cast a long line to catch a big fish. We only care about what you can take out from your pocket. If you give us money and food, then we'll be your people from head to toe. If you reward us with good wine and good meat every day, then I'll be willing to risk my life for you. Of course, Bailiang, this outsider, is an exception. We've suffered too much for so many years. The crossbowmen of the prince's family come here to kill people every 2 or 3 days. We're scared and scared to the bone. I heard that His Highness had brought more than 1,000 monks into the land of the refugees. This is something that this lowly one could never come up with even if I racked my brains. It's amazing. There aren't many ancient books in the entire land of the refugees. Therefore, Confucianism is a joke here. As for Taoism, when a person attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. No one is interested in it. If one can't even fill their stomachs, how can they cultivate? Only the bald donkey's theory is something that many people are willing to believe. In any case, they were born with a lowly life of suffering. At most, they would just give up. What's the big deal? Can't they just wait for the next life? I've seen through people. As long as they have the slightest desire to stay, they will start to fear death. Take me, Zhou Junqian, for example. When this lowly one heard that His Highness wanted to keep me alive in Qingtsong, I couldn't help but become excited. Once the monks arrived, they would pray for blessings for the refugees day after day. Although the refugees might not be grateful, at least they would have something to think about and wouldn't give up so easily. They wouldn't think that killing one Bailiang soldier in this lifetime would be considered as breaking even, and killing 2 would be considered a profit. However, Zhou Junqian secretly believes that just having the monks to give us something to think about isn't very useful. We need something more practical, especially something that can fill our stomachs. In the past, even the residents of the Dragon King in Qingtsong City was struggling to make ends meet. We really don't have the capital to attract people's hearts. However, with His Highness's Bailiang backing us, we don't need a lot. As long as we can place 10 or so large pots at each of the 3 city gates every day, I don't believe that no one will take the bait. If no one comes for a day, then there should be at least one in 10 days or half a month, right? As long as someone takes the lead, then we won't be able to stop the refugees from flocking to us. Perhaps everyone has a little bit of backbone, but there's also a distinction between what's important and what's important. Some people are more important, and there's no lack of people who are more important than their lives. However, there are still more people who are less important. Yu Ruru timidly lowered her eyes and softly interrupted Zhou Junqian. If no one dares to come, we can let the weak Qingtsong soldiers pretend to be refugees. Zhou Junqian glared at her and said, "Woman, shut up." Chapter 1004. Su Fingnian waved his hand. He did not comment on Yu Ruru's strategy and signaled Zhou Junqian to continue. The latter, who was full of evil tricks, drank wine to moisten his throat. His face was flushed red. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. If we only use the Bailiang cavalry to crush the 3 towns, the refugees will definitely not be able to defeat them. They can hide in the western regions or even Baimang. If they scatter like birds and beasts, then they will ruin His Highness's grand plan. If they were forced into a corner by the northern Liang Iron Cavalry, there would definitely be people who would defect to the northern Mang's southern dynasty in a fit of anger. I heard that in the western capital of the southern dynasty, there were indeed some important people who wanted to recruit the refugees for their own use. However, many of the policies to pacify the people were all bark and no bite. Presumably, they were obstructed by the western capital. Moreover, even though the refugees were poor, they were not stupid. They were afraid that the northern Mang had ill intentions. Once they boarded the southern dynasty's pirate ship, they would be ordered to fight to the death with the northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Compared to Zhou Junqian, the refugees in the southern dynasty had a belly full of evil tricks. Internal strife, the ability to harm one's own people. These people who joined the northern Mang slaves of 2 surnames are all carrying the experience slowly accumulated by generations of old ancestors for hundreds and thousands of years. Aren't the history books tirelessly teaching the scholars of the younger generation how to kill without shedding blood? Su Fingnian had a new level of respect for him. He smiled pleasantly and said, "Don't be sentimental. Let's talk about serious matters." Zhou Junqian quickly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He said, "Zhou Junqian has a plan. There are 4 words: divide and conquer. There are 2 types of division. The first type is territorial. Excluding this dog fart Qingtsong king, then your highness can promise that the other 3 armies will continue to be local emperors. However, they will have to submit to the Bailiang nominally. Your Highness can add a new province to the refugees' land. This will give you the titles of provincial governor and general. Kai Anshan will definitely scoff at this, but it doesn't matter. Malyoka, who only cares about his own happiness and doesn't care about the lives of others, may be tempted. Moreover, Kai Anshan is not tactful and doesn't appreciate the kindness. It is possible that his subordinates will be tempted. In this way, the two towns' refugees will more or less have their own ulterior motives. In any case, if they defected to the Bailiang, when the time comes and they really have to fight to the death on the battlefield, it will be the soldiers under their command, not the officials. However, this matter still needs to be told by Your Highness personally. The second type of division and conquer is targeted at the refugees themselves. Some of them are abandoned soldiers who committed serious crimes in the Bailiang army. These people will be pardoned. There are also some people who are from the tyrannical families in Bailiang in the recent 10 years who were driven here. Your Highness can restore their family property in Bailiang. If they have official titles, you can just return them. If you think too highly of them, you can reduce their family property by half and reduce their official titles. As for the earliest batch of refugees and locals, the people who surrounded them did not change their nature, and were the largest in number. However, it was not necessarily true that they were impenetrable. Their ancestral businesses and ancestral graves were all within the borders of northern Liang, so they were allowed to return to their hometowns to worship their ancestors. After witnessing the prosperity of their hometowns in northern Liang, some of them would eventually be willing to return to their hometowns, and return to their hometowns. There were also some desperados who had nowhere to escape, and could only seek refuge in the land of refugees. Some of them were Jianghu people of the Central Plains, and some were descendants of officials who hated the Liang imperial court to the core. These people were even easier to deal with. As long as the prince issued an order to open the gates of northern Liang for them, they would be the most willing to leave the land of refugees. There is one more thing that I have to be bold to say. Your Highness has great ambitions and no one can match you. Therefore, Bailiang will definitely be able to take in the hundreds of thousands of refugees. However, your table manners will have to be better. How can you do that? Once the sinners from the three towns are recruited, for example, they will not be in a rush to join the border army, and instead be sent to the relatively stable Lingzhou. However, their salary can be very low, much lower than the border army and even the Lingzhou army. Once they have integrated into Bailiang, they are originally people who can't stand loneliness, and most of them don't have anything to worry about. At that time, they will probably start thinking about going to the border to obtain military merits. I've gone too far. Prince, please don't blame me. This lowly one will speak a bit more closely. If you want to succeed by dividing and ruling, it is nothing more than the method of combining kindness and might that all those in power since the ancient times are fond of using. This lowly one has already said that giving an official's hat, giving a starving person a mouthful of food, and removing a criminal's name is all Prince's great kindness and benevolence. In order to establish prestige, the prince doesn't necessarily need to personally take action like today. The young prince only needs to bring several thousand dragon elephant cavalry with him. The young prince has already made an illustrious name for himself, an unrivaled general, who can kill Northern Mang's elite soldiers like cutting rice. With the prince's grace at the front and the young prince's cavalry trailing behind, even if their bones are tough, they aren't as tough as the refugees, so they can only go with the flow and surrender. In any case, losing to this kind of hero isn't shameful at all, right? As for the remaining stubborn people, if they want to die, then they can go and die. From the 300,000 Beimeng cavalry that the old prince handed over to you, who would be so careless to kill? Yururu quietly curved her eyebrows. She was carefully observing the young vassal king's expression at all times. It seemed that her husband's nonsense was not able to keep his position as the ruler of Qingtsong, but at the very least, he didn't fall into a worse situation. Su Fingyan smiled. You and a certain person's strategy of governing the refugees coincides a bit. You have about 50 to 60% of his skill. However, I have never been to the land of the refugees. I am different from you. Zhou Junqian subconsciously bent his waist even though he was sitting. He said with a flattering expression, This little one is just making things up. I don't dare to compare myself to the expert beside your highness. If there is a 10 to 20% similarity, then it is like stepping on dog shit. Su Fingnian stood up. Zhou Junqian quickly followed. Su Fingnian said, Zhou Junqian, I will give you two choices. Either you stay in Qingsong City and assist that person, or you go to Lingzhou and become the governor of Feek County. However, I feel that it is safer for you to choose the latter. With your backbone, when you encounter a life and death situation in the future, you will definitely become a Bailiang traitor. At that time, I will definitely want you to die. A person like you can barely be considered a capable official if you become a peace official. Bailiang lacks officials, but we don't need honest and upright officials who do nothing. When the time comes, you can be greedy. I don't mind, but you must remember not to delay your work for the people of Bailiang. Greedy officials, greedy for more and greedy for less. They only have one mouth and two hands. How much can they eat and take? Moreover, the truly valuable things can't be brought to the coffin. The rich family property is there for display. If you really want to use this as an example, the military power of Bailiang's border can be raised to another level. However, the Su family is not at the end of the line yet. Zhou Junqian and Yururu, who had knelt down to express their gratitude, looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Su Fingnian said indifferently, both of you get up. You can probably stay in Qingsong for another month or so. Zhou Junqian and Yururu got up and stood side by side. Su Fingnian suddenly smiled at Yururu and said, I have given Zhou Junqian the position of governor. I don't have anything to give you. Your situation has been written in Bailiang's spy reports. At the very least, as long as you are unwilling, no one will be able to make you take off your clothes in the future. If there is, and Zhou Junqian shamelessly agrees, come to Mount Qingliang. I will help you stop them. After Su Fingnian left, a loud slap sounded from behind him. Then there was a burst of crying. Some were from Yururu, and some were from Zhou Junqian. Su Fingnian walked out of the north gate of the residence of Dragon King, which was equivalent to leaving the city. In the north of the city, there was a small lake whose water reached his knees. He squatted by the lake, grabbed a handful of sand, and gently threw it into the lake. He was lost in thought. Actually, according to Chen Xiuyang's original plan, the first thing he wanted to do was to use 20,000 cavalrymen to bathe Qingsong City in blood. He wanted to kill everyone around Qingsong City. Only then would he talk about the favor. Malyoka's soldier monks were actually a deal between Su Fingnian and the 6 Pearl Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua. Of course, Malyoka did not know the inside story. If the female Dharmaraja of the esoteric sect wanted to be the master of Mount Lantua, she would have to join forces with the Su family of Bailiang. Su Fingnian would then use this opportunity to control the vast area of the western region. Of course, there was also an urgent need, which was to form a military situation that would suppress hundreds of thousands of refugees from east to west. Then he would send tens of thousands of light cavalrymen to the north and south borders to prevent the refugees from escaping. In fact, the refugees in this huge pocket would either surrender or die. Beimang's southern dynasty deliberately spread rumors that Su Zhao's last words were to bury the refugees with him before his death. Before Li Yishan died, he left behind a simple and comprehensive brocade pouch. Chen Xiuyang's vicious strategy happened to coincide with it. However, in Su Fingnian, he knew that his master felt guilty towards these refugees who lost their homes because of him. It was just that he never said it out loud. Instead, he wrote it down on the tip of his pen. His master died without a grave and his ashes were scattered at the border. When one was born, one had someone to rely on when one was old, and one had someone to bury when one died. These were the 3 blessings of life that the withered man mentioned. The hundreds of thousands of refugees on this piece of land did not seem to be able to enjoy any of them. Li Yishan, who wrote the 20-year history of the refugees, Records of Knowing Autumn, called himself Water Margin Mountain Ghost in his old age. Water margin in the wilderness. Wild ghosts by the water. Maybe it was because in his master's view, he was not the same as Zhao Chongling who brought thousands of servants to join the Su family. He was not the same as Chen Qiuyang who wanted to conquer the world. He, Li Yishan, had never walked into a temple, had never knelt before anyone. In the end he was just like these homeless refugees, a wandering soul by tide-listening lake, a wild ghost on clear cold mountain. Su Fengnian leaned back and closed his eyes. He lay on the yellow sand, his hands behind his head. After eating Master Lu Hao's purple lightning, he ate Qilin's spiritual master Yuan Qingshan's steamed bun. He was a bit full. Chapter 1005. The residence of the Dragon King had been turned upside down, but Qingsong City did not have much of a fuss. To the refugees in the city, there were only a few hundred shiny bald heads. Those who were more informed knew that a cavalry of 800 people had entered the city at night to guard the residence of the Dragon King. This elite cavalry was all mounted on white horses and white armor. They were also armed with swords and crossbows, looking very imposing. It was an established fact that Bailiang controlled Qingsong City. Since they did not massacre the city, instead, resources were constantly flowing into the city. Many rare items that were usually priceless sprouted up overnight in Qingsong City. Most of the refugees just went with the flow and muddled through. It was not that there were no refugees who left the city, but the restrictions were relaxed and there were no obstructions. After a few days, these Qingsong nobles who had some family background quietly looked on coldly. When they saw the peaceful scene in the city, they resentfully returned to the city. Other than setting up pots and delivering porridge at the city gates, the Dragon King's residence had also become the new governor's official residence. Bailiang no longer banned the transportation of salt and iron to Qingsong. Moreover, the governor had begun to set up a household register. It was said that as long as the people of Qingsong passed the inspection, they would be allowed to enter Ling Province, the richest of the 3 provinces in Bailiang, to do business. Zhou Junqian, who had no chance to wear a dragon robe in his entire life, was very happy. The king of Bailiang was very efficient in doing things. The official document signed by the governor of Bailiang, Chu Lushan and Li Gongda, had already been sent to the entire Ling province. If he didn't have to help Governor Chen clean up the mess in Qingsong City, he could have dragged his family and rushed to Huangnam County, which was the granary of Ling province. This governor was a very lucrative position. The previous governor, Song Yan, was now the king of Ling province. It was clearly a good place to get promoted and get rich. Zhou Junqian, who was a fence-sitter, was a very good person. As long as he didn't have to work hard and was given a lot of benefits, he would do his best. He didn't hesitate at all. In the past half a year in the city, he had been serving Governor Chen, who was unfamiliar with this place. It was called working hard without complaint. Originally, he was a local emperor who didn't go to court every day, but these days he didn't have much sleep. In the blink of an eye, he had become a personal soldier of Qingsong. He was resentful and frightened. Zhou Junqian, who was sandwiched between the new lord and his old subordinates, was really a matchmaker and a bride. He was so angry that his mouth was full of bubbles. However, Zhou Junqian, who considered himself a governor, was in good spirits. Most people who had something to look forward to were like this. No matter how short-sighted he was, as long as he could see the future, he wouldn't be afraid of being tired. Before the curtain of night fell, a young man who looked like a scholar, escorted by a group of white horse-light cavalry, walked alone up the dilapidated northern wall of the city. He saw a guy with his hair tied into a Wudong Huangting Taoist crown squatting on top of the city wall, with a pair of sabers hanging from his waist, looking far to the north. The scholar followed the saberman's line of sight and looked to the north. In Baimang's Gusai province, last year's one-sided battle seemed to be an unexpected and complete victory for the Bailiang cavalry, but the scholar knew very well that it only hurt Baimang, and it was far from hurting their tendons and bones. Generally speaking, the pros and cons were half. The pros were that Gusai province was crushed until it was riddled with holes, and most of the beacons and relay routes were gone. For the time being, it would be difficult for a large number of cavalry troops to move south. The cons were that Baimang had been awakened, and the generals of the southern court who had distinguished military achievements would begin to re-evaluate the military strength of both sides of Liangmang. When the curtains of the next full-scale battle began, it would be difficult for Bailiang to move north so easily like a hot knife through butter. The young man, the new governor of Qingsong City, stepped forward and said softly, "Greetings, King of Bailiang." Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled. "Shiliang, you've come." You've been so busy these past few months that I didn't even have the nerve to ask you out for a drink." Chen Shiliang smiled and didn't respond. This was probably the difference between him and Su Beiji. Whether it was getting along with His Royal Highness or the new king of Liang, Su Beiji had always ridiculed and rolled his eyes when he should. He had never had the understanding of living under someone else's roof. However, Chen Shiliang was different. He had always kept his place. At that time, His Royal Highness's trusted aides parted ways. Su Beiji was sent to Longqing County, while Chen Shiliang lived in seclusion in the king's mansion on Mount Qingliang. He lived in a side room on the top floor of Tide Listening Pavilion, and read all kinds of books. The books he read were all the books and manuscripts left behind by Li Yishan. Today, Beiliang's military strategy, especially the redivision of military officials, and the geographical arrangement of 14 future Beiliang's most powerful military officers, came from Chen Shiliang. However, after Chen Shiliang got married, he was given full authority to deal with both the grain supply and the salt and iron official camp. Both were not satisfactory. The former was the provincial governor of Liang Imperial Court, Tantanan. Huan Wen personally stepped forward to make things difficult for Beiliang. Chen Shiliang did not lose unjustly. However, later in Yuzhou, even though he could order Huang Fucheng, who held the military power in Yuzhou, he was still pushed aside by the salt-eating, tyrannical forces. Until now, the ownership of several major salt ponds was still undecided. This made many high-ranking officials of Beiliang scoff. In private, they laughed at this scholar who was about the same age as Su Beiji of the Beimeng aristocratic family, and left the mountain at the same time. They said, "Sure enough, a poor family does not have a noble son." Then Chen Shiliang, who had yet to achieve victory, was urgently summoned back by the new prince of Liang, and thrown into a refugee land in the middle of nowhere to fend for himself. The governor of Qingsong City? Compared to any governor of Lingzhou? If this was not clearly demotion, then what was? Looking back at Su Beiji, he was already a provincial governor of Beiliang, second only to the administrator. Comparisons were odious. Chapter 1006. It was said that wutong trees could attract phoenixes to rest, but in reality, they liked sunlight and could not tolerate cold. Their sprouts were especially weak. It was hard to imagine that a wutong tree could survive in a place like Beiliang. However, since it was born in His Royal Highness's private residence on Mount Qingliang, it was equivalent to being born into a good family. Not only did it survive, but it was also abnormally luxuriant. It was just that the wutong trees in the Wutongan were growing pleasantly, but the courtyard was somewhat gloomy and miserable. Probably because the Qingming festival was approaching, the people underground missed the people above too much. Therefore there was a silent death in the Wutongan. It was Cucumber from the Vermilion Bamboo Forest. This second-class servant girl's name had long been forgotten. When His Royal Highness returned from his first trip to Jianghu, the eldest son of the old Prince Liang, who loved eating cucumbers, gave her the vulgar nickname of Cucumber. At that time, she had protested, but later she got used to it and accepted it with hidden bitterness. Cucumber's death was sudden and inexplicable. She died when the new Prince Liang was coincidentally not on Mount Qingliang. Many people were caught off guard. The servants of the prince's residence outside of Wutongan did not dare to say anything. Even the people in the courtyard kept quiet out of fear. Su Weisheng, who was in charge of all military affairs in the Wutongan, did not say anything. The funeral was simple and rushed. Su Fengnian returned to the prince's residence from the refugee area with a light carriage. He still did not go to the Wutongan that he rarely visited. Su Weisheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, found him at the pavilion on Tidehark Lake and handed him a suicide note written by Cucumber before she killed herself. Su Fengnian took it and threw it into the lake without even looking at it. A thin piece of sandalwood flowery paper landed lightly on the surface of the lake. After soaking wet, it slowly sank into the lake. It did not even cause the slightest ripple. The suicide note and the woman were the same. They floated lightly, as if they were insignificant. Su Weisheng calmly told Su Fengnian that after Cucumber finished writing the letter, she used a pair of chopsticks to stab through her neck in her room. She fell over the table and died in a very strange manner. It was only at dawn the next day that she was discovered by Baijiu, who was also a second-rank maidservant, and had called her to the main room. Su Weisheng also said that in the letter, Cucumber admitted that she had been a spy planted by the imperial court in Bailiang since she was a child. She had betrayed the imperial court twice in her life. The first time was when she ventured into the refugee area on her own after returning to His Highness. The second time was when she revealed Bei Meng's whereabouts. At the end of the letter, she said that she hoped that His Highness would come back alive to see her will. She also said that she still wanted to serve His Highness in her next life, and that she would never be like a ghost again. Su Fingyan's expression was calm. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Su Weisheng also said calmly, when the Eagle and Falcon family in Bailiang split up, the spies in Wutangan and Chulushan were separated into internal and external spies. At that time, I knew that you had already discovered that there was a spy in Wutangan. I hoped that they would restrain themselves a little and stop while they were ahead. Take it as giving them a chance to live. However, you should know that since you have embarked on this path, there is no way to turn back. There is no need to talk about cherishing one's life. A woman's life is short. Moreover, she is a female spy. After all, she can still decide when and how she will die. She didn't suffer before she died. None of the female spies who were dug out from behind the flames of war in the Spring and Autumn War were as fortunate as her. Su Fingyan sighed and fiercely rubbed his cheeks. His words seeped through the gaps between his fingers. They were slightly unclear. There is another spy who is involved with Bei Meng. She is hidden even deeper. Who is she? Without her leak, not to mention alerting the Orange Province's disciplinary magistrate, Morong Baoding, even Hong Jingyan wouldn't have rushed to Chingsong City to kill me. These two people have chosen the right time. It is obvious that they have been carefully deduced by Bei Meng's think tank. It seems that she is much more thick-skinned than that girl, Cucumber. Su Weisheng asked in return. Do you really not know, or are you pretending to be stupid? How many people in Wutangan can be so patient and scheming? Su Fingyan put down his hands and folded them in his sleeves. He turned his head to look at the surface of the lake and said softly, I will go see her right now. Sister, help me prepare 2 cups of wine. Su Weisheng hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't say anything. The second-rate maids in Wutangan all had their own private rooms, each with their own charm. Green Ant's room was the most miscellaneous. There were many strange objects in the room, but there weren't many books. She was good at playing chess, but she didn't have a chessboard or a chess piece. When she played chess, she would play chess directly with His Royal Highness in the main courtyard. She was always able to beat Su Fingyan to the point of throwing away his helmet and armor. She never showed mercy. Even when she faced the miraculous second princess who created the 19 paths, when their minds were connected, they could occasionally match evenly. This was enough to show that Green Ant was extremely intelligent. Perhaps it was because extreme intelligence led to injury, but Green Ant was also the weakest of the maids in Wutangan. Fortunately, Su Fingyan was a prodigal son who spent lavishly on the people around him. Even when the old Jinren of Wudong Mountain, Song Jiming, sent precious medicinal pills to the prince's mansion, he would regularly give them to Green Ant to nourish her body. Today, Green Ant wasn't the only one on duty in Wutangan. The door to the room wasn't closed. She sat alone by the window, looking at the green Wutangan trees outside with a smile on her face. When she heard a knock on the door, she turned around and saw His Royal Highness holding a cup of wine in each hand. She stood up with a smile. Most of the women in Wutangan still liked to see this gentle and handsome young man as His Royal Highness. Su Fingyan walked to the window, put down 2 cups of wine, and followed her line of sight to look outside the green screen window. Green Ant didn't care about seniority. In any case, Wutangan didn't pay much attention to these rules. She gently sat back in her chair, put her elbow on the armrest, leaned her body, and raised her head to look at him. It had been like this for so many years. This man had always been staring at Bailiang, the Jianghu and the country. She could only look at his side or back. At most, she could only see his front when they were playing chess and drinking. Green Ant smiled gently and asked, Cucumber is a fool. Your Highness, don't you think so? Chapter 1007. Su Fingyan didn't shift his gaze. He nodded and said, In this courtyard, she's always been the stupidest. Her handwriting is the ugliest, her chess playing is the worst, And her zither playing is also lacking in spirit. Every time you guys instigated her to go and provoke bad luck, to assassinate Yu Yue, to assassinate Pei Nanwei, to assassinate Lu Qingyan, she attacked from all sides and made enemies on all sides. Even after taking the blame, she still thinks that she's a righteous and indomitable heroine. Every time I wanted to scold her, I didn't know how to open my mouth. If I scolded her in a roundabout way, she would definitely take it as a compliment. If I scolded her directly, she would cry to death. The stupidest one of us became a spy. In the end, she was really stupid to death. So I don't blame her, because she's just a silly girl. Besides, she still has her parents in Lianjiang Prefecture, so she had no choice. But what about you? You've always been the smartest one in this courtyard. My sister said that you have no relatives or friends in Beimang, so why were you willing to risk your life for the barbarians? For fun? If you had switched sides earlier and been content to be a Beiliang woman, Green Ant, who would have been able to come to Wutong'an to kill you? Zhongliang? Morong Baoding? Or Hong Jingyan? The latter two, the top 10 martial art masters in the world, were both called to Qingsong City by you. Didn't they still fail to kill me? I really don't understand. Green Ant said calmly, Your Highness, why don't we drink wine and chat? Which cup is Your Highness, and which cup is mine? Just take it as a farewell for me. I'm braver than Cucumber and I'm more shrewd. I also hope that Your Highness will be able to return home alive, but I want to be able to talk to Your Highness again. Cucumber doesn't dare. Not only is he stupid, he's also a coward. Su Fingyan laughed coldly and said softly, He's already a ghost. It's good that we're here before Qingming Festival. Green Ant shook Su Fingyan's sleeve. Her eyes blurred as she looked into his eyes. This beautiful and intelligent woman muttered to herself, We are both women, why should I be a maid? Why should I call myself a servant when I see Your Highness? Why should I only be able to look at you from afar for the rest of my life? I'm not stupid, I dare to kill people, I can even kill people on paper. I also have a name, I also want to get married, I want to be a good wife and teach my children. I have too many ideas, but Your Highness, do you know what my biggest idea is? I remember when His Highness came back from the capital, he drank with me and talked a lot about dreams. He said that the dream of a homeless dog was to have a home. It was said that the dream of a soldier crossing the river was to be able to turn back after crossing the river. It was said that the dream of a swordsman was to enter the Jianghu with a sword and leave the Jianghu with a sword. It was also said that you don't want anyone to die because of you. You don't want to see the people around you die one after another. So my dream is to make you look at me one more time, really look at me, just like now. You can only remember me when I'm dead. You can hate me for as long as you live. Su Fingyan shook back his sleeve, not letting her grab it. Green Ant exhaled and smiled sweetly. I'm done talking. I can die now. Your Highness, you can leave now. Don't dirty your eyes. I don't want to make Your Highness feel guilty before I die. Su Fingyan turned and left. Not long after Su Fingyan left the room, there was a slight squeaking sound of a wheelchair outside the room. Green Ant didn't turn to look at the woman who was colder and smarter than herself. She bent down and reached for a cup of wine. Is this the Green Ant wine prepared by the second Commandery Princess? Green Ant didn't look at the woman in the wheelchair, and the latter didn't look at Green Ant either. Her expression was indifferent. Green Ant snorted softly. Then it's the same. The Green Ants were really smart. If His Highness personally prepared 2 cups of Green Ant wine, 1 cup would be Dove wine, while the other cup would naturally be ordinary Green Ant wine. Whether the Green Ants lived or died would depend on fate. However, if it was the second Commandery Princess Su Weisheng who gave her 2 cups of wine, she was destined to be poisoned behind His Royal Highness' back. Therefore, it didn't matter which cup she drank. Green Ant picked up a cup of Green Ant wine and drank it in 1 gulp. It was so fast that she didn't even taste the wine before she picked up the second cup and drank it in 1 gulp. Since she was going to die, it was better to drink an extra cup of wine. She had played chess with the second Commandery Princess many times, and won only a few times because she had accumulated advantages bit by bit. Green Ant sat back in her chair and waited for her death. After a long time, Green Ant frowned. She heard Su Weisheng say coldly, I did prepare 2 cups of poison wine for you. And I also guessed that he would change the 2 cups for you. He wants you to drink 1 cup of wine and feel lucky that you're still alive. Then, you'll leave Baelyang and find a beautiful place to hide. You'll be able to live with a clear conscience. However, I won't let you leave this courtyard so comfortably. I'm here to force you to drink 2 cups of wine. I'll let you, an ungrateful wretch, know who's the one who owes whom. He doesn't want you to die, but at the same time, he wants you to live comfortably. I'm not that kind. You can only die of old age. I'll let a few elite falcons follow you for the rest of your life. A voice interrupted the quarrel between the 2 women. That's enough, sister. Su Fingnian came back and pushed the wheelchair away. Su Fingnian pushed her to the top of Mount Qingliang. They looked down at Liang Zhou together. He said softly, "My last bit of patience has been worn out. So sister, don't worry. I won't be so kind in the future. Mother said before that no one is born to suffer. Even if a man can't treat a woman well, he can't hurt her as he wishes. He has to treat her as a real human being. Now that Wutong'an is peaceful, I don't have anything to worry about. This time, you can take it as I've made a clean break. I'll be willful with you for the last time. Sister, what do you think?" Su Weisheng grunted in agreement. Su Fingnian smiled in surprise. "Sister, when did you become so reasonable? I'm not used to it." Su Weisheng knocked her head hard against him. She said calmly, "I saw that after you became king of Baelyang, you went to the Bureau of Machine Building in the back of the mountain more often than I expected. That's why I made an exception and allowed you to be willful for once." Baelyang's Bureau of Machine Building was built at the base of Mount Qingliang. It was this inconspicuous organization that produced the best sabers, the best spears, the best crossbows, and the best armor for the northern Liang cavalry. Every saber, every spear, every crossbow, and every set of armor were only slightly better than the others. But with the addition of the 300,000 cavalrymen, how enormous and shocking was the accumulated hidden advantage. Baelyang was most dependent on gold and silver. Other than the military expenses, it was the large-scale military equipment produced by the Bureau of Machine Building. The second king of Baelyang, who guarded the northwest gate of the empire, attached even more importance to this than the old king. It was almost to the point of morbidity. Su Fingnian's eyes were resolute. He made a shooting gesture with his hand and said in a deep voice, "I want to talk to Bei Meng Liyang about an old principle set by Su Xiao. The greatest principle in the world is within the range of Baelyang's crossbows." Chapter 1008. The common people of Baelyang only knew that there was a group of people behind the mountain, living to the north of Mount Qingliang, but they had no way of knowing what they did or what their identities were. The mountain behind Mount Qingliang was also known as Bakin Mountain, and it had always been a forbidden area. A wheelchair slowly descended the mountain. Su Weisheng was wrapped in a thick black fur coat, her 2 fingers gently wrapped around her collar. At the foot of the mountain there was a small navy blue building, unremarkable. She naturally knew that the Real Baelyang Bureau of Machine Engineering was built underground, and it was brightly lit all year round. When Li Yang swallowed spring and autumn, the craftsmen of the Mahis clan had given their all for the Zhao clan. After greatly benefiting the common people, they originally thought that they could retire and live alone in the mountains and forests to do some research. However, with the nature of the Zhao clan and the old Grand Secretary Li Yang always belittled the Mahis clan as the 10th nation of spring and autumn, the thousands of Mahis disciples scattered throughout the imperial court were all slaughtered. Especially Gu Jiantang and the other Mahis disciples of the great generals, almost all of them vanished from the face of the earth in a single night. Not even their corpses could be found. Only less than 100 people were left, living an ignoble existence under the protection of the Su clan. Among them, the 2 elders, Master Craftsmen Song Zhongsui and Yang Guangdou, were the 2 elders. Song Zhongsui was skilled in weapon forging, while Yang Guangdou was skilled in offense and defense. During the mourning period, Su Fingnian, who was pushing the cart behind him, went to the machine-making bureau. Other than chasing souls and demanding lives, he shamelessly urged Song Zhongsui and his disciple to speed up the crafting of the talisman armor. He also asked Yang Guang for advice on the Western Front. Su Fingnian was no stranger to the machine-making bureau, so he didn't need to rush at the last minute. His Royal Highness, who was still a teenager, would often sneak into the machine-making bureau's underground lair to admire the unique scene there. The misleading geographical map of Qingliang Mountain that was purposely leaked out from the prince's mansion when he was playing fishing tricks with his enemies in Jianghu was created by Su Fingyan and Song Zhongsui's disciple, Qiao Wei. Relying on this map, it wasn't difficult to enter Qingliang Mountain and get close to Wutong'an, but it was impossible to find the exact location. It could be said that His Royal Highness and Qiao Wei were both scourges. When they were young, Su Fingyan was beaten black and blue by Qiao Wei relying on his skills. If Su Xiao wanted to go to the machine-making bureau to help his son get back, Song Zhongsui and Yang Guang would raise their heads and pick their noses and ears, pretending that they didn't know anything. In any case, if they wanted to find that child Qiao Wei in that maze, unless Su Xiao was determined to use 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers to dig 3 feet into the ground, it would be impossible. But later on, Su Fingyan learned his lesson and bribed many of his peers in the machine-making bureau to suppress Qiao Wei, blocking the way and trapping him. In short, Su Fingyan and Qiao Wei, who was a few years older than him, didn't have a good relationship. In fact, they were born to be incompatible with each other. However, each of them had their own weaknesses. For example, when Su Fingyan said that he wanted to frame someone, or when he wanted to fiddle with some fantastical objects, no matter how unwilling Qiao Wei's mouth was, he would do it more efficiently than anyone else. Su Weisheng arrived at the entrance of the bureau, but she didn't enter. She let Su Fingyan enter alone while she took a detour. The wheels followed the quiet limestone path back to the sunny side of Qingliang Mountain. Su Fingyan walked into the machine forging bureau without any obstructions. The tunnels with lights on the walls extended downwards, as if there was no end to them. The machine forging bureau was said to be large enough to fit an inverted Qingliang Mountain. Su Fingyan walked for about an hour, passing through 7 secret rooms and 12 secret tunnels before he finally reached a certain place at the bottom. He saw a 2-story tall refining furnace with more than 10 ladders around it. About 100 feet away from the furnace, there was a desk filled with scribbled blueprints. There was a mess under the desk, and there were a few red-faced old men arguing endlessly, occasionally pointing at the furnace. Su Fingyan didn't disturb these old men's argument. He walked in front of the furnace, his face red from the light of the flames. This furnace was called Cauldron Tool, and it had an extraordinary origin. The Tongxi Sword Furnace, which had already passed away, and the Dongyue Sword Lake Furnace, which was still being forged, paled in comparison to this furnace. It was said that when Great Qin had conquered the world, it had collected all of the ironware in the world to forge the 9 cauldrons, which were used to suppress the 2 cities, 3 rivers and 4 mountains. Su Fingyan smiled, and just as he was daydreaming, someone jumped up and slapped him on the head. Su Fingyan couldn't be bothered to turn around, so he sent that rude fellow flying with a single slap. Curses immediately sounded out from behind him. Ever since Su Fingyan had started practicing the saber, the fellow behind him had become much more obedient. However, a leopard couldn't change its spots. That Qiao fellow couldn't help but provoke Su Fingyan a few times, and this was the result. Qiao Wei rubbed his cheeks and stood side by side with Su Fingyan. This young man was short, but he didn't lose to others. When interacting with Su Fingyan, he liked to stand on his tiptoes. Even so, he was still half a head shorter than Su Fingyan. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "I heard that the great-grandson was created by you?" Qiao Wei proudly said, "Compared to the sharpest ancestor, the sharpness is a bit worse. Compared to the sturdiest grandson, the firmness is a bit worse. Compared to the lightest father, it's only a bit heavier. Now you know how powerful it is, right?" Su Fingyan poured cold water on Qiao Wei's sarcastic face. "They're all just a little bit worse. Which one of them is the best among all the Bailiang sabers?" Su Fingyan and Qiao Wei gave the Bailiang saber nicknames. The old ancestor was the first real Su family saber. In the early spring and autumn period, the Su family's troops relied on this first-generation cold saber to conquer the world. It could be said that they were invincible. In the middle and late spring and autumn period, such as the end of the war in western Shu and Xiangfan, they switched to the second-generation saber. It was not as sharp as the first-generation old ancestor, but it was relatively lighter and sturdier. When they took over Bailiang, the third generation of the Bailiang saber, Old Father, made a new choice. Nowadays, the Bailiang saber, old father, had been hung by many rich young men in neighboring prefectures of Bailiang. Most of the Bailiang sabers with the most beautiful curves were the son. By the time the grandson generation came, it was already 5 generations. Then, in the hands of Chao Wei, it was the youngest great-grandson. These 6 Zhongliang sabers, unless one was a veteran soldier who was used to weapons, otherwise, it would be difficult to distinguish the differences between them. The 5th generation Su family saber, which was privately called grandson by Su and Chao Wei, was already recognized by the military masters of Liang and Beimang as the best war saber in both offense and defense. Whether it was on foot, war, or horse, it was the best in the world. It was not that the generals of the southern dynasty of Beimang, Prince of Yanqi, Prince of Liang and Prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, these famous warriors, did not think of mass copying. It was just that the production of a seemingly simple saber involved the quality of the iron ore, the efficiency of the iron mining, the temperature of the furnace, the forging process, the design of the mold, and so on. It even had to take into account the size of the soldier using the saber. The knowledge required was complicated and difficult. In addition to the many advantages of the Bailiang's iron ore quality and superb craftsmanship, the most important thing was that the Bailiang cavalry had been guarding the frontier for 20 years. Although Su Fengnian's sarcastic remarks about Chao Wei's great-grandson did not sound like much, in fact, he did not need to see the knife with his own eyes and touch it to know that this generation's Su Dao was domineering. It was not the sharpest or the sturdiest, but it was definitely the killing weapon that could exert the most lasting lethality. As expected, Chao Wei, who felt insulted, jumped up and scolded, "You layman, if you have the ability, don't touch a great-grandson in your life." Su Fengnian was too lazy to bicker with him. He reached out his hand and very quickly, Chao Wei's apprentice brothers ran over and presented 3 new knives with both hands. This generation's Su Dao was also a great-grandson, but according to common practice, the cavalry, infantry, and Lingzhou soldiers guarding the rear all had their own subtle preferences. Generally speaking, the Bailiang cavalry, especially the elite heavy cavalry, would be equipped with the most new and outstanding cold knives. As long as a new knife appeared, they would be able to change it almost immediately. On the other hand, the normal guards in Lingzhou, such as those who were not guarding the dangerous Tong Pass, were much slower. Su Fengnian took one of the war cavalry knives. His left hand held the handle of the knife, and held it horizontally across his chest. The finger of his right hand brushed across the blade, ignoring the blood that seeped out of his index finger. He narrowed his eyes and knocked on the body of the knife a dozen times. He pricked up his ears to listen to the slight echoes that ordinary people could not recognize. He nodded in satisfaction, and a warm smile slowly spread across his elegant face. The young Mahist disciples who were regarded as traitors by Chao Wei were relieved of a heavy burden. They looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1009. Just as Su Fengnian was about to speak, he heard a loud roar. An old man called out, surnamed Su. Su Fengnian handed the saber back to Moz and walked towards the desk. The Mahis Grandmaster Song Chongsui had his hands behind his back, his body reeking of alcohol. He tilted his head and signaled for Su Fengnian to follow behind him. The old man with a face full of beard like overgrown weeds walked towards a newly opened secret room. Yang Guangdo was not as slovenly as Song Chongsui. He wore a green robe and looked clean and fresh. Walking beside Su Fengnian, he softly said, "Old Song followed Prince's instructions and used 20 days to finish it. He had to drink 6 or 7 jugs of wine every day to refresh himself. After I saw it, I felt that it was not bad. Right, Prince, how is little Prince's talisman armor? How much of Morong Baoding's attack did it withstand? If we change it to weight, did it exceed our initial estimate of 16,000 jin? How much tenacity did the talisman armor grow on its own? Where does it need to be improved? If the heavenly tribulation purple lightning is measured by 8 or 9 or 9. As for how heavy it should be, Prince, you should give us an exact number. This way, the machine bureau can be targeted. We can't spend so much effort to build a mirage. This is against the rules of the Mahis family. Prince should also know Old Song's temper, with his nature of wanting to get to the bottom of things." At the front, Song Chongsui gave a cold snort. Su Fengnian took out a prepared letter from his bosom. He smiled and said, I've written all of these things in the secret letter. Elder Yang, you just need to follow it step by step. Yang Guangdou put the letter in his sleeve and nodded with a smile. Song Changshui pushed open the door to the secret room. His field of vision suddenly opened up. There were mountains and rivers under his feet. This was probably the largest and most detailed sand table in history. It included the 3 provinces of Beiliang, the land of refugees, the western regions, western Shu Nanzhao, and all 13 provinces of the Beimang dynasty. To be precise, this was the entire western line that ran through the world. Song Changshui did not have the slightest sense of accomplishment. He stared at the vast sand table and said in a serious tone, 20 main rivers, 67 mountains, and 140 cities and military towns are all in it. According to the intelligence report, the military allocation of each side's forces was also based on the number of chess pieces instead of 1,000 people. It was barely clear at a glance. The reason why I've been helping you day and night is because my Mahis sect is living under someone else's roof, and the Su family has helped us, the remnants of the bandits, survive for over 20 years. Therefore, it's reasonable for us to do our part. To tell me to tell him. To me. Su Fengnian grunted and said calmly. The Empress of Beimang said it herself. Now it depends on when and where the battle will begin. Our Beiliang no longer has the extravagant hope that Beimang will break into the quagmire east of Liang with both feet first. Elder Yang and Mr. Wang of the Yin Shuigong have predicted that 1 foot will step east and 1 foot will step west. You will have to start all over again. Yang Guangdou sighed and said guiltily, It's my fault for not being skillful enough. I made a mistake in my plan and misled the great general and the prince. That year, Second Princess did remind me to prepare for the worst. But I have made several deductions. I don't think that Beimang has any chance of winning if they go straight to the east under the order of Taiping. Su Fengnian waved his hand and interrupted Yang Guangdou's words. He said softly, It's okay, Elder Yang, you don't have to blame yourself. In the end, the gains and losses of the study table still have to give way to the outcome of a tough battle. Song Changshui sneered. Elder Yang listened to what he said. This guy looks down on you, the strategists who only know how to talk on paper. He is really of the same origin as Lame Su. He doesn't believe in anything. In the end, he only believes in the knife in his hand. Su Fengnian and Yang Guangdou both laughed it off. Chao Wei had sneaked into the sand table at some point. He walked in an arc and squatted in one place, muttering endlessly. Su Fengnian looked at the guy's back. The two of them were natural enemies. Su Fengnian was very familiar with Chao Wei. This shorty was very cheap. He was the kind of guy who would never stand if he could sit, and never sit if he could lie down. He was very shameless. Those who were not familiar with him would feel that he deserved a scolding after a few words. After getting familiar with him, they would feel that this guy really deserved a beating. Chao Wei was afraid of death and blood, but he wanted to lead troops to war one day. He dreamed of going to war himself. Other people hoped to be conferred the title of Marquis, because they wanted a bright future and power. But Chao Wei just wanted to have fun. Before Su Fengnian became the king of Beiliang, Chao Wei was still quiet. They just quarreled when they met. But now that Su Fengnian had become the king of Beiliang, Chao Wei was like a cat who had been injected with chicken blood. He shouted that he wanted to ask Su Fengnian for a few thousand light cavalry, and then ran to the western region to hide. In his words, he wanted to directly stab Beimang. Su Fengnian did not pay attention to him at first, but this guy threatened to exchange the 6th generation Su Dao for the command of a few thousand cavalry. As a result, his great-grandson really came out. Chao Wei's art of war was unorthodox. Su Fengnian was not sure of his depth, but Chao Wei's style could be described as an example. Just like playing chess, Chao Wei was not willing to sit down and play. He would feel too tired, so there was no need to make the first move and think long and hard. Chao Wei would only look at the two people playing chess with cold eyes, and would not say anything. But when the two sides were about to end the game, he would randomly take out a chess piece that should not be on the chessboard and knock it down. He would say that the game was settled, but he would say that it was a game where he could defeat 200 chess pieces with 1 or 2 chess pieces. Who would not want to beat this kind of rascal to death? However, The sloppy Chao Wei was only afraid of one person. Even if it was Su Weisheng, whether it was fighting, playing chess, the art of war, or quarreling, Chao Wei did not have a chance of winning. He really had to admit that. In the past, Chao Wei was short. His catchphrase was, "Wait until I become the great general of the country. If you dare to look down on me, I'll chop off your head. Then we'll see who's taller." As a result, Su Weisheng coldly retorted, saying that with Chao Wei's height, it was useless to chop off other people's heads. Only by chopping at the waist could one be taller than others. Since then, Chao Wei was no longer willing to say this catchphrase. Before Su Fengnian left, he was scolded by Old Man Song. Song Zhongsui scolded this guy for being a prodigal who did not know how to manage the household. Song Zhongsui scolded this guy for accepting the second imperial edict of the imperial court, accepting the title of pillar of the state, and the imperial court's decision not to revive him. He scolded him for having no backbone, and also scolded Su Fengnian for neglecting the essentials, and neglecting the generals. In any case, this old man scolded whatever he thought of. Song Zhongsui's attitude showed that he was not satisfied with anything. The young king of Bailiang was scolded with spittle in his face, but his smiling face did not change. He also did not talk back. He just stood there and wiped his face with his sleeve several times. If Yang Guangdou did not stop him, Song Zhongsui, who was full of energy, would have rolled up his sleeves and directly pointed at the new king's nose and scolded. Su Fengnian waited until the old man had no more energy to scold him. Then he turned and left with a helpless face. Yang Guangdou stood at the door with a helpless face and said, "Old Song, it's about time. Su Fengnian is the king of Bailiang after all." Song Zhongsui stared and said, "What? Can't I scold him after he became a king?" Yang Guangdou glanced at the young man's back and said softly, "You should at least leave him some face. You and I both know that it is not easy for this young man to become a king. If it was someone else who was scolded by you like this, he would have already thrown a tantrum." Song Zhongsui snorted coldly and said, "He dares." Yang Guangdou smiled and asked, "Do you really think he doesn't dare?" Song Zhongsui was stunned and smiled knowingly. "This kid won't." Yang Guangdou nodded slowly and said, "That's right." Song Zhongsui sighed softly and said, "I am too lazy to scold others, and I don't want to scold them. Nowadays in Bailiang, most of the old men who can scold him have left. If even I don't scold him, this kid will be really lonely." Chao Wei sneaked behind his two masters and said shamelessly, "The saber has been made. That guy can't not give me a soldier, right?" Song Zhongsui slapped Chao Wei's head and said, "Look at you go play with your eggs." Chao Wei said angrily, "That guy is so stingy that he won't give me anything. He has no shame. No, give me back my saber." Yang Guangdou blinked and reached out his hand. He turned it over and said with a playful smile, "This number can't run away." Chao Wei was stunned on the spot. Su Fengnian walked back to the ground and carried a new saber from the Su family. He walked along the shady mountain road to the top of Mount Qingliang and sat on a stone bench at the bottom of the building. He pulled out the cold saber from its scabbard that might soon be stained with blood on the border, and gently flicked it. Great rivers and mountains, great heads that can never be cut off. Chapter 1010. Feishou City in the south of Lingzhou was the northwest terminus of the Liang transport, while Xiangfan in Qingzhou was at the center of the empire's supply line. Thus, if the imperial court wanted to accurately grasp Bailiang's weakness, they had to have the cooperation of the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun. Currently, Tantanan, who was the left assistant of the secretariat, was very satisfied with Xiangfan's actions. For this reason, he asked the imperial court for an exceptional promotion, which was also against the rules. He generously invited Lu Su, who was behind the scenes of Jing'an Palace, to the front of the stage and gave him the opportunity to lecture at the Hanlin Academy, which was what the common people called the Dahuang gatekeeper. He also specially allowed him to not go to the capital to take up a post. Previously, Bailiang's Chen Xiliang had temporarily stayed in Feishou City. He had stalled for a full 10 days with the imperial court's deputy minister of grain transport, Gu Deshang. He had used all his tricks, but he could not make the deputy minister relent at all. At dawn, a simple carriage entered Feishou City from the north gate and stopped at Shanhai Pier in the south of the city. 3 men of different ages walked down from the carriage. Two of them were young men of similar age, and one of them was a thin old man in a green robe. The three of them stood on the deserted pier that did not have many grain ships in sight. The short young man had a cold blade at his waist. He kicked a wooden stake that was holding the ship and glanced at the temporary residence of the Deputy Minister of Grain Transport. He said unhappily to the gray-haired young man beside him, "Gu Desheng and his father, Gu Ling, are known as the Great and Small Gu Pichio of the river." Back then, Gu Ling recognized the master of the ceremony directorate as his adoptive father. The father and son were able to hold the post of grain transport minister one after another. It is said that the money they earned was enough to fill a granary. However, Gu Desheng is greedy. Now that the imperial court has old man Huan personally watching his money bag, no matter how bold he is, he would not dare to take a single copper coin from Bailiang. In my opinion, this is a dead end. Why don't we just kill the one surnamed Gu? In the future, whenever a transport minister comes, we'll kill them all. We'll kill them until no one from Liang dares to provoke us. When the time comes, our Bailiang can strut around and privately sell our grain. The grain transport from Feishou City to Xiangfan City consists of 16 canals of various sizes, and no less than 50 granaries. There are bound to be places that dare to do business with Bailiang. Even if we take a step back, if we really can't do it, we'll just rob them. Mount Qingliang has raised so many dogs of the Jianghu. Unfortunately, the incognito king of Bailiang and the master craftsman of the Mahis sect, Yang Guangdou, did not agree with him at all. They only strolled along the limestone floor of Shanghai Pier and walked towards the transport minister's residence not far away. The official residence had been built for quite some time and was rarely repaired. Compared to the prefectural governor's residence in the city, it appeared even more dilapidated. It was no wonder that the father and son of the Gu family did not put up a front. If they really overstepped their authority, they would be accused by the imperial censor of colluding with Bailiang to fill their own pockets. That would be a death sentence for them. Even if they had the support of a high-ranking eunuch in the capital, it would be useless. Whoever interceded in this matter would be courting death. The transport minister's residence was surrounded by a fence. The dozen or so armored soldiers felt a little jittery at the slightest sound, and their gazes were fearful. A few naughty and mischievous children who were born locally continuously threw pebbles into the fence. None of the armored soldiers dared to make a sound. They were really bored and could only find joy in the midst of misery. Taking advantage of the absence of the officials, they used their iron spears to pick up the pebbles. This caused the group of playful children to be even more delighted. They went around looking for pebbles to throw. Su Fengnian stood a few feet away from the fence and said softly, "The imperial court is making things difficult for Bailiang on the matter of the transport of grain. It's not entirely to test my bottom line. In reality, West Chu's restoration of the country is imminent. When the time comes, although the troops sent to rescue the emperor from all over the country won't dare to demand an exorbitant price, they still have to ensure that they can fill their stomachs. When the time comes, the sound of a crossbow is equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold. In the end, war is still a competition of resources. Otherwise, without money and without food, even if Gu Jiantang has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, he won't be able to survive the new West Chu with Sun Shiji inside devising strategies and Chao Chongqing leading the troops from the outside. Many people say that if West Chu had made up its mind earlier, and allowed Chao Chongqing to take away Yi Baikui's military power before the Western Wall, it would have taken at least 5 or 10 years for Li Yang to completely pacify the spring and autumn period. Yang Guangdou smiled and said, "I have made countless deductions about West Chu's restoration of the country. It will take some time." Chapter 10:11. Su Fengnian nodded and said, 60% of the world's taxes come from West Chu. Over the years, Liang has squeezed West Chu into a miserable state. No matter how rich a place is, it can't afford to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. However, Yuan Bunshi and Bai Yan have always wanted to force West Chu to rebel. Gu Jiantang and Gu Lu have also dreamed of fighting West Chu. In times of peace and prosperity, civil officials enjoy prosperity, while military generals can only live off their savings. Therefore, the emperor of the Zhao family quickly found something for important officials like Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun to do, either to evaluate officials or to preside over imperial examinations. so that when the time comes, they won't have too much energy and can only be used as a hindrance. Over the years, the imperial court has deliberately weakened the military defense around West Chu. On one hand, it wants to make West Chu feel that there is hope for the restoration of the state. On the other hand, it wants to be more sinister. Among the vassal kings, not to mention the prince of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, the prince of Huainan Zhaoying and the king of Jing and Zhaoheng, they are all relatively weak vassal kings. However, they still have at least 4,000 to 5,000 elite soldiers in their hands. Sending them to quell the rebellion is an overt plot by the imperial court. They have no choice but to obediently go to West Chu's border and wipe out all the elite soldiers. This kind of sinister move to weaken the vassal kings is definitely Yuan Bunxi's idea. When the West Chu matter is over, the prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, will have a direct confrontation with West Chu. After this battle, most of the fat that he has painstakingly cultivated will be cut off. If he is unlucky, not a single soldier will be left behind. Even I feel pain for him. Liaodong's Zhao Sui has been suppressed by Gu Jiantang to the point that he can't breathe, so only Yanqi Zhaobing and I are still unrestrained. However, Bei Meng is very considerate and has a tacit understanding with Liang. He will immediately fight to the death with Beiliang. You fight your West Chu, I fight my Beiliang. Everyone is doing their own thing. I even suspect that Yuan Bunxi and the imperial decree of peace are in cahoots. In the end, only Zhao Zhu's father, the great vassal king, can still be free and unfettered. Yang Guangdou smiled gently and said, Nalin Yuxi's ability to avoid disaster is the second in the world. No one can claim to be the first. Su Fingnian muttered to himself. The battle between Liang and West Chu will definitely be fought before us and Bei Meng. Even if the Zhao clan is fully aware that Bei Meng has no time to take care of the Eastern Front, they will not let Gu Jiantang participate in it. With great difficulty, they managed to get rid of Su Xiao. They can't raise another Su Xiao. It's not that civil officials can't be given titles or rewards, but military generals mostly need to have their own troops. If nothing goes wrong, it should be Liu Baijie and Liu Xingxiang. One of them will be in charge of the Ministry of War, while the other will go to the south. However, Liu Baijie is just the newly appointed Minister of War, so the possibility is small. As long as Liu Xingxiang can obtain military merits, he can return to the capital next year to contend with Liu Baijie, so that the Ministry of War will not become the only Ministry of War under Tangxi Sword Immortal. If Liu Xingxiang takes the lead, a few old bastards like Ngua's General Yang Xinxing will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to get a share of the action. However, whether it's Liu Xingxiang or Yang Xinxing, these old generals, they are all far inferior to Cao Changqing. Liu Xingxiang is still fine, he's not bad at commanding troops, but he is bound to be restrained in all aspects. In the early stages, the only ones who can fight to the death in a disadvantageous situation are probably the troops of Prince Guangling, Zhao Yi. In my opinion, this battle is not likely to be fought. Perhaps Cao Changqing will be unstoppable all the way to Great An City. Yang Guangdou frowned. After West Chu takes the advantage, they will go up north? Not to mention Cao Changqing. Even if Bei Meng dares to place the final battle outside of Great An City, their chances of victory are not high. Su Fingnian smiled and said, I'm just speaking casually. Yang Guangdou laughed and said, if that's really the case, it will be a great thing for Bei Meng. Perhaps Bei Meng will suddenly have an idea and decisively give up on the Western Front, and turn to attack the Eastern Front. Together with West Chu, they will attack Great An City from the north and south. That will be wonderful. Didn't Gu Jiantang always feel that he lost to the general because of the timing? Now he has a chance to prove himself. For so many years he's been building the Eastern Front. He's got both manpower and money. He can get whatever he wants from the imperial court. If he still can't get what he wants, Gu Jiantang should hang himself with some noodles. Chao Wei interrupted and asked, is Cao Changqing really that powerful? Yang Guangdou sighed softly and said, during the spring and autumn period, the scholars of West Chu were the most prosperous. West Chu's Cao Longli was the most proud. Cao Tu is the best, and he alone is the best in West Chu. This is not a boast. However, the world has been blinded by his magnificent feat of entering the palace. Most people feel that he is an expert in martial arts. When it comes to arranging troops, he and Chen Jibao are probably the best. Gu Jiantong's strength lies in the fact that in every battle, he wants to take advantage of the geographical advantage. He says that if he doesn't fight, he will win. Overall, compared to Chao and Chun, he is still slightly inferior. However, the timing of the heavens is illusory and can only be encountered but not sought. Gu Jiantong's timing is the general trend of Liang. Chao Chongqing's timing is the length of West Chu's destiny. As for Chen Jibao, he is probably still waiting. Su Fengnian smiled faintly and said, Chen Jibao is waiting for Chao Chongqing and West Chu to be destroyed together. He is waiting for Beimeng to fight Beiliang and Gu Jiantang until their vitality is greatly damaged. Then it will be his turn to take the stage. Su Xiao only flattened the spring and autumn period. Chen Jibao's ambition is obviously greater. He wants to unify the world with his own hands and forge a vast empire that has never been seen in 1,000 years. As for whether he wants to be the emperor himself, only heaven knows. Yang Guangdou exhaled deeply and said, Once the great general leaves, the world will be in chaos. Chao Wei clicked his tongue and said, In any case, I definitely won't fight Chen Jibao face to face. The short man counted on his fingers and said slowly, The land of refugees already has the Feng Battalion stationed in Qingsong. Young Prince's Longxiang army has also infiltrated. In addition to Fatty Chu and Yuan Baixiong in the north of Liang and Yu provinces, Beiliang finally has its own eastern and western lines. In addition, there are 14 new captains guarding the important towns and passes within the borders. It is the second line of defense. As for me, I am further northwest of the land of refugees, and can be considered the most important third line of defense. In fact, I don't care whether I am defending or not. In any case, I am only attacking and not defending. When you guys are fighting to the death, I will make the final decision. Hey, surnamed Su, let's make a deal first. If you give me 5,000 light cavalry and 10,000 high-quality warhorses, I can help you take advantage of the chaos and flatten the southern dynasty's nest. If you dare to give me 10,000 men and 20,000 horses, I will help you take over the northern dynasty's king's tent. Su Fengnian said helplessly, It's not that I can't give you, but do you really think that Beimeng is a bunch of blind and useless people? Chao Wei rolled his eyes and said, I have been calculating this great raid that is destined to go down in history for more than 10 years. I have been counting on this battle to become famous my whole life. Do you think? Su Fengnian was about to speak when he heard a familiar haha. Chapter 10:12. As it's about 4,000 words, it's a little late. P.S. My favorite two writers. One is Tomcat, and the other is Chong Nan. Chong Nan has already published a book on Zongheng today, King of Eternal Eventide. It's really great. PS2. Tomcat, when are you coming to Zongheng? PS3. I'm just fantasizing. There's another chapter tonight. There were still pebbles constantly being thrown in from outside the fence. The pebbles grew in size as a few tall and stocky Beiliang youths joined the fray. Their strength was even greater, and this was no longer a joke. The Liang soldiers serving in the Deputy Transport Commissioner's residence did not dare retaliate. All they did was glare angrily. Of course, they were not afraid of the young and stocky youths, but of the Beiliang behind them. Furthermore, the Deputy Commissioner, Gu Deshang, had repeatedly ordered that no one in the residence was to provoke the locals. Those who violated the order would be stripped of their armor and official status. When a leader who looked like a commandant saw his subordinates being smashed into metal armor, causing a string of blinding sparks, he was probably a clay bodhisattva. He secretly used his spear to pick up a pebble and threw it at the fence. Intentionally or unintentionally, the pebble smashed into a youth in green cotton. The youth failed to dodge in time and subconsciously closed his eyes. Just as his face was about to be smashed by the pebble, a handsome scion with two sabers hanging by his waist reached out to grab him. The youth opened his eyes and gave a bashful smile of gratitude. When the commandant saw the young scion, he treated him as an ordinary scion of a wealthy family and did not think much of it. However, when his gaze wandered and stopped at the waist of a short person beside the scion, his scalp tingled. It was a genuine Beiliang saber. In today's Beiliang, regardless of past merits, as long as one was not a soldier in the military, they were not allowed to carry a cold saber. No matter how many of the elders in your family were generals or who was the provincial governor or county chief, once they were discovered by the patrolling guards, they would all be arrested on the spot, whipped 50 times, and thrown into prison for 3 months to half a year. As a result, in the spring of the first year of Xiangfu, the prisons in Lingzhou were particularly lively. They were already packed with scions of various ranks, and each of them had their skin and flesh torn open. These scions who had bumped into the new provincial governor, Su Beiji, carried cold sabers in private and rode horses on the streets. However, these fellow sufferers were able to gather together in prison without hindrance. They relied on their connections to drink and eat meat, squatting in prison and chatting together. Their friendship was even better than before. The commandant under Gu Desheng was too lazy to care about whether the situation in Bailiang was good or bad. However, if he offended a scion of a general who had the right to disregard the rules in Bailiang, he would be skinned alive by Gu Desheng. If he also caused the Vice Transport Commissioner's official residence to be implicated and caused the Bailiang cavalry to trample over the camp, how could he, a lowly commandant who only received a salary from Liang, live? However, the commandant was a little confused. With the temperament of the Bailiang barbarians, they actually did not intend to make a fuss over a minor issue. The gray-haired young master immediately turned and left. The daring short man with a cold blade also did not pursue the matter. The commandant, who had survived the disaster, hesitated for a moment, and felt that it was necessary to inform Gu Desheng in order to prevent him from settling accounts in the future. Gu Desheng was an official who was easy to remember. No matter how extravagant he was always skinny. He called himself Mr. A Bag of Rice, and hung a red silk bag filled with rice around his waist all year round. It was said that before the Gu family prospered, Gu Heng relied on someone else to give him a bag of rice to survive. The old and young of the Gu family had been frightened to the bone by the turmoil of war, and did not forget their roots even after they had achieved meteoric success. Both father and son Pixiu had the habit of hanging a bag of rice around their necks. Among the large group of officials and grasshoppers on the Liang transportation route, this had always been a joke during their leisure time. There was even a rumor that when Gu Heng entered the capital last year, he had specially paid a visit to Tantanon, who was already the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Everyone thought that such a disreputable lower-class third-rank official would not be able to cross the threshold of Old Master Huan. Unexpectedly, not only did Tantanon allow the great Pixiu Gu to enter the door, he also left behind the bag of rice, saying that it was a coincidence that there was no rice at home to cook. From then on, the number of officials who made fun of Gu Heng, who was promoted to assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue the next day, decreased significantly. The joke also gradually became an elegant conversation. When the commandant reported the situation outside the fence, Gu Desheng was sitting alone and sipping tea, listening to his trusted aide's detailed report. At first, Gu Desheng did not pay too much attention, but he suddenly had an epiphany and asked in detail about the appearance of the young man with the double sabers. He did not even leave out the coachman. The commandant recounted it from memory, saying that the young man had gray hair, a slender figure, and had the eyebrows and eyes of a woman. As for the coachman, he was far away and could not be seen clearly. He could only say that he was about 8 feet tall. Gu Desheng had a toothache on his face. His finger trembled as he pointed at the commandant. He scolded him for not being able to do anything right. He jumped off the small bed and ran out of the official residence without even putting on his boots. He was chased by the Vice Transport Commissioner to the group of people at the dock. However, Gu Desheng suddenly stopped and hesitated. In the end, he did not walk out of the official residence. He did not exchange pleasantries with the new Prince Liang. Gu Desheng tiptoed back to the residence and called for 2 old trusted aides. He asked them to quickly write a stamped letter to inform all the transport officials between Feishou and Xiang and Fan that they were going to move. However, it was not a big move. Instead, they were going to use the blockage of the major rivers and canals as an excuse to try their best to deploy a small number of transport ships to transport 30% of the previous year's grain. The 2 aides were puzzled, but Gu Desheng wasn't in the mood to dispel their doubts. When he returned to the tea room, the tea had already turned cold. Gu Desheng sighed. Every family had their own problems. He knew his own abilities as an official, and he was good at making money. However, the imperial court had made so many dazzling moves in the past 2 years that he and his father could only see the flowers in the fog. Fortunately, his father went to the capital last time and relied on old Master Huan. With Tantanon's guidance, Gu Desheng was able to inherit the position of the Deputy Transport Commissioner. In addition to his father's promotion to nobility, the father and son, the son earned money in the local area while the father became a high-ranking official in the imperial court. Therefore, this time, the Gu family was determined to be the bad guys of the imperial court and clash head-on with the Bailiang. Gu Desheng was equivalent to guarding Fei Shou City with a heart of death. This was all to repay Tantanon's kindness. However, old Master Huan was still old Master Huan after all. He even personally taught Gu Desheng and gave the Gu family a protective talisman. That was, as long as the Su Fengnian himself didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Only when this young vassal couldn't hold back and personally made a move, Gu Desheng would have a countermeasure. Old Master Huan had already spoken to Xiang Fancheng, and when the time came, he could give the Bailiang 30% of the grain. Although Gu Decheng had followed old Master Huan's instructions and used this protective talisman, he wasn't sure how Bailiang would react. In fact, Gu Decheng had been very uneasy the last time Chen Shiliang was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Others didn't know how much Bailiang valued this poor scholar. When they had talked at the Huan residence, Tantanon had mentioned several times that this person couldn't be underestimated, and that it would be a good thing for him to be able to stand out a day later. Gu Decheng, who wasn't very old, thought of the difficult days he had spent in Fat Longevity City for the past half a year. He touched the bag of rice at his waist and smiled bitterly. Old brother, wealth comes from danger. Now that the Gu clan is rich and this mission is done, we can just obediently ask for money in the future. I won't deal with the Bailiang barbarians even if I'm beaten to death. Now even the most unknown courtesan in Fat Longevity City isn't willing to take my money. I really have nowhere to spend my money. How miserable. Chapter 10:13. A young girl was standing by the river with a dead wooden pole on her shoulder. After laughing, she turned around and stared blankly at the muddy water. The women of Bailiang were all extraordinarily tall. Chao Wei finally managed to catch a girl shorter than him. Seeing that she had some relationship with the one surnamed Su, he wanted to go up and get close to her. Su Fengnian had no intention of stopping him. Then Chao Wei, who was skilled in martial arts, was slapped into the river by the girl. Chao Wei didn't even have time to pull out his blade. It could even be said that he didn't even sense the danger. The magnate Yang Guangdo's face was filled with disbelief. Su Fengnian explained softly. During the Battle of the Reed Marsh, Wang Yin, who was ranked 11th in the world, was killed by her in one blow. Later on, Lu Hao escaped from Shenwu City. She should have secretly killed him as well. Yang Guangdo was both shocked and enlightened. Chao Wei, who cultivated in a variety of martial arts, was defeated by her. It was only natural. Su Fengnian walked to her side and asked, "Why have you come to Bailiang now? If I remember correctly, it's not yet the time I promised to meet Huang Sanjia." The young girl was silent. Su Fengnian also didn't know how to chat. He smiled and said, "Then why don't you come with me? But right now, there aren't any experts in Bailiang worth killing. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have asked. In the end, you'll be suspected of borrowing someone else's knife to kill someone. I just happened to want to walk around Bailiang. Before I met you, I had already been strolling around Lingzhou for a month. In these 2 years, I've really been thinking about your spiced beef." The young girl, who didn't know whether to call him Jia Jia or Jia Jia Jia, chuckled. Su Fengnian looked at the dried sunflower pole, and then looked at her complexion. He reached out and held the young girl's arm to check the flow of qi. He said softly, "Whether it was by chance or Huang Sanjia's divine plan, I have to tell you a piece of good news. Back then, you bore the calamity of old Zhao's luck for me. I already have a 60% chance of solving it for you. Of course, I have to admit that it's also greatly beneficial to me. Right now, other than slowly cultivating Han Xingxuan's remaining red threads, I also have dozens of purple thunders in my body that Master Lu Hao has carefully cultivated for half of his life. In addition, I also have a bun that I earned from Beimeng's Grand Preceptor Yuan Qingshan. I'm still a step away from the combination of Confucianism and Taoism. If I also have the purple gold luck of Mount Longhu left behind by Zhao Xuanzu and use it for my own use, then I'll be considered complete. Next, it'll depend on fate to see if I can absorb the essence of Buddhism. When the time comes for the combination of the three sects, as long as it forms a small kiliacosm, it'll be justifiable if I don't become an earth immortal. I might even be able to compete with the great demon Gao Shulu, who was in the divine immortal realm 400 years ago, or Wang Xianji of the martial emperor city, who proved his Tao through strength. However, to reach this step, I don't know how long it'll take. Anyway, I won't hide anything from you. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you agree. Yang Guangdou was a little surprised. The king of Bailiang really didn't treat this assassin girl as an outsider. This was the first time he had heard of these secrets. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in Jianghu. The three great demons of spring and autumn, Su Xiao the butcher had died of old age, and Han Diaoxi the catman had suddenly died in the imperial palace. 2 out of the 3 had already passed away. Huang Longshire was rarely seen. He was most likely hiding behind the scenes and stirring up trouble. Could it be that the young king beside him wanted to become the king of Bailiang who held power in his hands, and also wanted to become the great demon who could single-handedly silence the entire Jianghu after Han Diaoxi? In the past, Bailiang relied on its cavalry and falcons to deter the Jianghu people from causing trouble. It seems that in the future, the new King Liang alone would be able to make the Jianghu people around Bailiang bow their heads and listen to him. The girl retracted her arm and pointed at her stomach. Su Fingnian smiled and said softly, "Okay, I'm hungry too. Let's go to the city to find some spiced beef. If it's not delicious, we won't pay." Chao Wei, who was dripping wet, jumped ashore from the river and angrily said, "Didn't we say that we wouldn't stay in Fat Longevity City? I want to go to Huangnam County where brothels are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Surnamed Su, if you dare to forget your friends when you see a girl, believe it or not, I'll chop you to death." Su Fingnian raised his leg and pretended to kick Shorty Chow into the river again. Chao Wei, who was very good at finding a way out for himself, cursed and ran to the carriage. The carriage was not big, and it was filled with geographical maps. With the addition of a little girl, it was even more cramped. Fortunately, Chao Wei was very tactful. He sat beside Su Yambing and was busy twisting his sleeves to squeeze water. Along the way, Su Fingnian and Yang Guangdou had been deducing the direction of the war in the carriage. Liangzhou and Gusai Prefecture were facing each other on the western front, and Gourd Mouth outside Tuma Pass in Yuzhou was also considered one. After getting out of the carriage, Su Fingnian walked and stopped in Lingzhou for the past month. Not all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries would be invited. According to Su Beiji's 19 levels of classification of officials, Su Fingnian had meticulously written an official evaluation of Bailiang that was still considered rough for the time being. It only focused on merit and did not pay attention to learning, reputation, and family background. Su Fingnian only secretly met the officials who were honored with this evaluation. On this trip, he met 7 or 8 people, and half of them were hopeful and half were disappointed. The officialdom of different sizes was like a sieve that every household had. Whoever held it in his hands, this person's taste was destined to determine the specific selection method. The emperor of the Zhao family was selected under the management of Zhang Jiulu and Zhao Yiling. In the hands of Su Fingnian, it was the selection of Bailiang. Compared to the Liang imperial court, it was less calm and composed and more utilitarian. In the hands of Su Beiji, it was the selection of Lingzhou, and so on and so forth. In the end, those who could stand out and sit on the fishing platform steadily would not be idiots. Once Su Fingnian finished visiting Lingzhou, he would go to Yuzhou. If Liangzhou was the eldest legitimate son of Bailiang, and the rich Lingzhou was the son of a concubine raised by his stepmother, then Yuzhou, which had less military power than Liangzhou and was poorer than Lingzhou, would be in an awkward position. However, Yuzhou was the real focus of Su Fingnian's secret trip this time. In fact, Yuzhou had the biggest grudge against him, the king of Bailiang. Especially after Su Fingnian accepted the title of the pillar of the state, he did not reject the imperial edict like he did when he rejected Su Zhao's posthumous title. There were a lot of military officials in Yuzhou who tried their best to jump around. They vaguely resonated with the general families in Lingzhou who were imprisoned in Lingzhou. When Su Fengnian was a general in Lingzhou, for the first time he did not start a massacre. He was quite amiable with everyone. Many people felt that he had a woman's heart. This time, when he went to Yuzhou, which was controlled by Yan Wenluan, Su Fengnian felt that it was time to chop off some heads. If you want to play with him, you can, but you have to play with your life. The female assassin suddenly asked, "Do you know a person called Zhao Zhu?" Su Fengnian stilled. "Of course I am very familiar with him. This guy is the heir of the king of Yan, and likes to use other people's heads to build statues. Not long ago, I met him on the Spring God Lake." The little girl holding the sunflower pole with both hands casually said, "There is also a person surnamed Nalin. I have seen them all." Yang Guangdou's hands uncontrollably trembled as he stared at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian made a sound of acknowledgement, and did not continue. She had seen them all. This naturally meant that Huang Sanjia had secretly met with Zhao Zhu and Nalin Yusi. Previously, Su Fengnian was still fighting with Yang Guangdou, and Chao Wei joked that Chao Chongqing would go north to Great Peace City. That Nalin Yusi secretly hid in His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu's thousands of light cavalry, and ran to secretly meet with Huang Longshi. Wasn't this also a more silent but more shocking move to the north? The girl's words were not going to stop until they shocked people to death. She casually and lazily said, "After old Huang was drunk, he said that the current emperor of the Zhao family is not bad, but his son is not good. He likes to achieve great things and, haha, I forgot." The corner of Yang Guangdou's mouth twitched. Su Fengnian's heart was in turmoil. Why did Yuan Qingshan use the world's most expensive bun to ask for the copper coin from him? Because when this land immortal was free and unfettered, the disciple who was in seclusion was Zhao Zhu. Now, not only did Zhao Zhu have his father Zhao Bing's hundreds of thousands of soldiers as his family's property, he also had Nalin Yusi's full support, and he also had the one-coin agreement with Bailiang. In addition, Huang Longshi had most likely placed a huge bet on this guy. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Nalin Yusi has painstakingly managed the Yanqi Taoism, and has already given Zhao Zhu the geographical and human conditions. He has been waiting for the right time. Now it is finally the right time." Su Fengnian immediately asked and answered himself, "But will Yuan Bunchi wait for death? Impossible." Chapter 10:14. The carriage casually strolled around Feishou South City. It was not difficult to find a beef shop. Chao Wei did not know why this girl looked so sloppy. Later, he caught a glimpse of her eating beef and casually wiped her greasy hands on her body. Seeing this, Chao Wei could not help but roll his eyes. The man surnamed Su did not let Chao Wei misjudge him. He did not hide his preference for women over friends. He even personally went to the silk shop to buy some bright clothes for the girl. Not only that, when he saw the girl staring at a pile of colorful rouge boxes, he took out a lot of money. This made Chao Wei somewhat unable to bear it. He thought to himself, "You are a guy whose words and actions are related to the rise and fall of Northern Liang. How can you have the leisure to accompany a girl to eat, drink and play?" The horse carriage exited the city through the north gate of Feishou without stopping and rushed to the next resting place, Huangnan County. They arrived at the location of the Northern Liang granary in the dusk. The newly appointed county governor Cai Junshin had just moved into the mansion that Song Yin used to live in. Suddenly, he moved from a place of refugees to the flourishing Huangnan County city. Su Fengnian reckoned that this guy had yet to fully recover from his shock. Once he heard that the king of Northern Liang had graced him with his presence, there was a gust of wind under his feet, and he looked as if he could not wait to use both his hands and legs. Naturally, Su Fengnian did not have to wait outside the door. Not long after he entered the mansion, he saw Cai Junshin and Yururu running over together. Cai Junshin's swordsmanship was average, but at least he had some foundation in martial arts. It was a pity that the former queen of Qingsong City was out of breath when she stopped running. Her cheeks flushed red. Su Fengnian waved his hand to dismiss her and Cai Junshin from the ceremony of kowtowing. They walked into the depths of the mansion together. He glanced at the brand new fourth-rank civil official patch on Cai Junshin's body and joked, "County Governor Cai, I heard from the people in the city that you, Lord Cai, would not take off your official robe even when you sleep." Cai Junshin bowed and said with a bright smile, I'm not trying to flatter your highness. It's indeed more comfortable. Wearing that thing in Chingsong City is just to satisfy my craving. I'm just afraid that I won't know where my head is the next day, and I won't be able to sleep well. Now it's very different. The official young official Mentsi, this lowly servant's ancestors have gone back for more than 10 or 20 generations. There were some who were officials, but they were only the size of sesame seeds. This lowly servant can be considered to have brought honor to my ancestors. When this lowly servant returns to Huangnan County, this lowly servant will be thinking of revising the genealogy. When the time comes, this lowly servant would be so bold as to earnestly request Prince to not be stingy with his brush and ink, and help this lowly servant write some desktop essays. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "This is a small matter. As long as you can control the 4 Wang families in Huangnam County and don't make Huangnam County a mess, I'll definitely help with the genealogy. As for the title of Queen Yu, I'll also bestow upon you." Hearing the mischievous title of Queen, Yururu, who was already the wife of the county chief, smiled sweetly. Perhaps it was because the environment could really nurture a person. Her fox charm and charm were still there. The word fox had to be changed to the word bright. She felt like she was in a windowless house. After opening the windows, she naturally felt more spacious. Kai Junshin, who had been twirling the official patch with 2 fingers, was overjoyed when he heard this. He rubbed his hands vigorously. Then he heard the king of Bailiang, who had come to deliver the good news, say, "I'll be a good person to the end. I don't mind telling you something. Not to mention the scholars becoming officials, the scholars forming associations, and the establishment of academies, Huangnam County is one of the best places in Feng Shui. When the time comes, keep an eye on it. I'll give you full authority to do whatever you want. Remember, don't let a happy occasion turn into a disaster." The antiques, calligraphy, and paintings that you stole from Chingsong City to Huangnam County, there are a total of 46 pieces. I'll pretend that I didn't see a single one of them. You can take advantage of the situation and use them as a favor to the scholars. In the future, when they become officials, no matter which province they settle down in, you can try to win them over. Today's small matter of 1 tael of silver will cost 1 tael of gold by then. Kai Junshin stammered and didn't dare to speak. However, Yururu didn't show her usual timidity. She smiled and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I've made a rough calculation. If these items were sold cheaply, they would be worth 200,000 taels of silver. The county chief's office wouldn't lose a single copper coin. They would definitely spend all of it on managing the people of Huangnam County. It's a pity that my husband is unfamiliar with this place and can't sell them at a fair price. Otherwise," Su Fengnian pointed at Kai Junshin and smiled as he lectured. "Lord Kai, Queen Yu knows how to conduct herself much better than you. It's a waste of talent to only let her be in charge of internal affairs. I'll nag one more time. You can only put half of your heart at ease. I'll inform the heads of the Wang family of water classics, Wang Shihua, and the Wang family of Su of Gojoseon, Wang Zhenlu. They're both elegant and famous scholars. With them making a good start, there's no need to worry about not being able to sell them at a high price. The other half of your heart is still in suspense. Even with me pulling strings, it's normal for Huang Nancy and the Wang family to look down on you. It would be strange if they looked up to you. The human relationships that you learned in Chingsong City won't work here. Lord Kai, you have to be aware that you've learned it all over again. Lastly, don't think that I'm here to force you to sell everything you have to make a loss. In the business of making money, the advantage is that the trickle is long. As long as you can secure the position of Huangnam County's county chief, 200,000 taels of silver? Huangnam County's county magistrate might not even look up to a county chief. In fact, I'm well aware that you, Kai Junshin, want to give the assets that you've worked so hard to move from Chingsong City to the administrator. As for how much to give, you can decide for yourselves. Don't worry about anything. The Li family and I aren't as bad as the outside world thinks. If you give Li Gongda money, he'll dare to accept it, but he won't dare to accept it and not do anything. With the help of this old Huang Nan, you'll be able to do things much more easily in Huangnam County." Surprisingly, Kai Junshin didn't have the face to express his gratitude. He just grunted heavily. Su Fengnian didn't stay long in the mansion. He left after eating. Kai Junshin walked him to the door and watched the young king of Bailiang board the carriage. Looking at the direction the horse was heading, it should be going to Wang Shihua's mansion. Zhou Junshin didn't directly enter the mansion. Instead, he sat down on the steps at the door. Yururu was a little surprised. After sitting down, she tugged at her skirt and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? It's not like you." Kai Junshin rubbed his cheeks and sighed. He said softly, "Husband has spent his life in the land of refugees. After becoming the emperor, he wore the dragon robe. Actually, I'm just a layman in the real world of officialdom. But even if I haven't eaten dog meat, I've seen dog paddle. At the very least, I've heard dog bark, right? Tell me, where do you think an official should be? Aren't the people below trying their best to figure out the intentions of their superiors? Are they afraid that they'll go to the wrong temple and worship the wrong bodhisattva? Husband, you're the county chief of Lingzhou. It's the king of Bailiang's turn to teach me how to be an official. He's even paving the way for me? How much ability do I, Zhou Junshin, have to run the country and help the world? I, Zhou Junshin, don't believe it. I understand the king of Bailiang's thoughts. For example, he used me, an outsider, to clean up Huangnam County. However, it's not difficult for someone else to sit in the chair that you're sitting on right now. No matter how lacking Bailiang is, it won't be so shabby. The king of Bailiang didn't force us to sell everything for him. He's clearly forcing me, Zhou Junshin, to be willing to die for Bailiang." Yururu smiled. "Husband, you're not willing." Kai Junshin slowly stood up and said calmly, "I've lived for half my life, and this is the first time I'm standing upright. It's not like I'm really asking you to die on the battlefield. What's there to be unwilling about?" Chapter 10:15. Yururu arched her eyebrows and asked charmingly, if that person takes a fancy to a withered woman like me, will you send me back this time?" Kai Junshin looked straight at her, his eyes firm. He said in a low voice, "In the past it was to survive. If there is still such a day in Bailiang, I will not send you back even if you beat me to death. As a person, you can't always go back." Yururu smiled and wrinkled her nose playfully. She did not look like a mature woman, but more like an innocent girl. She said angrily, "You know he won't, so you purposely said nice things for me to hear, right?" Kai Junshin reached out and lifted a lock of her hair. His eyes were red as he said, "Wife, I'm sorry for all these years." Yururu suddenly turned around and walked up the steps. Her hands were clasped behind her back, her steps light and agile. In the carriage, Chao Wei was hiding in a corner furthest away from the young girl who was busy applying makeup. He sneered at Su Fengnian. "Oh, the one surnamed Su, I didn't see it before. You're really good at buying people's hearts." Su Fengnian squinted and said, "You should have known when I bribed your martial brothers to beat you up, right?" Chao Wei, whose scar had been exposed, held his knife in one hand. "I really want to cut you?" Su Fengnian added fuel to the fire. "When we get to Longqing County, I'll have to give your knife away. Now hurry up and touch it a few more times." Chao Wei said angrily, "Don't even think about it." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you don't give it to me, can't I snatch it?" Chao Wei was about to speak when Su Fengnian reached out with 2 hands and bent his fingers. Out of the 10,000 elite cavalry, only 9,000 are left. Chao Wei was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. He shamelessly grabbed Su Fengnian's hand that only had 4 fingers left. He smiled mischievously and said, "Surnamed Su, Su Fengnian, Great Master Su, Ancestor Su. We gentlemen keep our promises. We can give you 20,000 for 10,000, but we can't give you only 9,000. How can we be short in business? We pay attention to honesty. You and I are heroes, we cherish heroes, we must be heroic." Su Fengnian put on a fake smile and said, "If you want me to take back those 1,000 riders, that's fine too. Go away, don't be an eyesore." Chao Wei laughed dryly. "The carriage is only this big." Su Fengnian pointed at the curtain of the carriage. Chao Wei immediately rolled out of the carriage and lifted the curtain to poke his head out. "Don't forget, it's 10,000, not 9,000. If you lose even one soldier or horse, I'll get mad at you." As a result, Shorty Chow forgot about the existence of the bad-tempered killer girl and was sent flying by a bronze mirror that appeared out of nowhere. Chao Wei didn't even dare to fart. He sat beside coachman Su Yambing and grimaced. Bored to death, he played the same old tune and asked the world's top master with a smile. Master Su, do you think I'm more handsome than the one surnamed Su? Su Yambing remained indifferent. Chao Wei refused to give up and asked, It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'm taller and more powerful than the one surnamed Su. You should at least nod your head, right? Su Yambing still turned a deaf ear. Chao Wei crawled to Su Yambing's side and put his arm around his shoulder impolitely. He said seriously, I know you're a powerful master, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to chase Hong Jingyan and Zhong Liang all the way to the border of Gusai Prefecture. But I'm not bad either. I don't get along with the one surnamed Su, but I regret not having met you earlier. I have something to tell you first. Su Yambing laughed in a low voice. Are you trying to say that I, Chao Wei, am uneducated and inexperienced? Don't cheat me of my money. If you cheat me of my money, I'll have a good temper and won't beat you. I'm handsome, tall, and powerful. Don't lie to me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely beat you to death. Chao Wei exclaimed. Did the one surnamed Su tell you all this? Mother **Ker, this bastard must have said a lot of things to ruin my reputation. Master Su, don't believe that guy. The one surnamed Su doesn't have any other skills, but he's good at cheating men and women. I'm not convinced. He's absolutely a master. Su Yambing, a cold-hearted person, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he didn't let Chao Wei move his paw away. He said flatly, The king of Bailiang didn't say much. He just asked me to go to the western regions with you. Chao Wei bit his lips and remained silent. In the carriage, Su Fengnian was talking to Yang Guangdou about the fish dragon gang that had risen in Lingzhou. This gang was now very rich and had snowballed from a third-rate force in Lingzhou to one of the top gangs. As for how the fish dragon gang made money, outsiders only knew that they were in the business of selling beasts at the border. Su Fengnian told the old man that the fish dragon gang would be involved in horse smuggling with several big horse gangs. Naturally, they wouldn't be selling mature horses that were equivalent to war horses, but wild horses captured from the grassland. No matter if they were young or strong, the fish dragon gang would buy them at a high price. At the moment, many horse gangs at the border had launched a horse trafficking business. However, they didn't directly contact the fish dragon gang, but sold to horse gangs who had ties with the fish dragon gang. Naturally, the price was greatly reduced. Hearing this, the old man said with a smile, Is it useless to use such a stupid method to increase the number of mature horses in Bailiang? Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, Geographically, the gains and losses of Bailiang and Beimang should be counted as double. These ownerless wild horses are more or less the same. If the number is doubled, it can't be underestimated. Besides, Su Xiao told me a long time ago that running a household is nothing more than 3 years for the new and 3 years for the old, and 3 years for mending. Mending is the most important thing to test the skills of the head of the household. Now Bailiang needs me to take care of a lot of things. I only have one goal. As long as I can turn money into the fighting power of Bailiang, I will do it even if it's just a copper coin. As long as it doesn't affect the important business, I will do it. Yang Guangdou sighed and said, It's Bailiang's fortune that your highness has this kind of heart. Su Fengnian suddenly saw that the chuckling girl had put on some makeup and put 2 hairpins on her head. After putting down the bronze mirror, she sat upright and still and gave him a smile that she probably thought was a woman's flirtatious. Yang Guangdou was shocked. He swallowed and couldn't bear to look at that face. He quickly turned his head and picked up a book. The old man thought that it was really difficult for this little girl. This must be more difficult than assassinating a celestial phenomenon master. Su Fengnian's willpower had been honed by the girl who put half a caddy of rouge on her face. He still had a smile on his face. He bent down and forced the girl's purposefully raised orchid fingers back. Then he used his fingers to gently scrape off some of the overly thick rouge. Chao Wei lifted the curtain at this time and saw the charming face that was always stiff. Chao Wei was scared out of his wits. He made a gesture of poking his eyes and whispered, Damn it, each one is more ruthless than the other. Su Fengnian asked softly, Where's the big cat that likes to eat bamboo? The girl lowered her eyes and said, It's dead. Su Fengnian helped her fix the 2 hairpins that were originally crooked. He rubbed her head and said, Then I'll ask someone to find you another one from the western Shu bamboo forest. The girl who once pierced Wang Mingyin's chest with a hand knife and kicked Lu Haosher's head with her feet for fun, sniffled and shook her head. The old man tactfully left the carriage and sat beside Su Yambing with Chao Wei. Shorty Chao gloated and said, "Uncle Yang, you were also driven out?" "Ha ha." He laughed 3 times. This time, Chao Wei learned his lesson and jumped out of the carriage. As expected, a slender arm directly penetrated the wall of the carriage. If Chao Wei didn't escape, his heart would be cut. Chapter 10:16. Su Fengnian entered the Wang family's mansion in the middle of the night. It was an eye-opener for him. The Prince of Waterjing of the 4 major counties of Huangnan was overshadowed by Prince Longyi. However, the mansion's scholarly atmosphere was strong but not greasy. The carved railings and painted rafters were very exquisite. Even the servant girls in the mansion seemed to have a more scholarly air than other manors. They were delicate and pretty, and their light makeup was pleasant. Wang Shihua opened the e-gate and personally led the way. This family head was not only the lifelong enemy of the administrator, but also a close friend of the left chancellor of the Imperial College, Yao Baifeng. Su Fengnian had always had a good impression of him. This was due to the Wudong sect leader, Wang Zhongluo, who had once given Wang Shihua a fortune-telling prophecy. His evaluation of Wang Shihua was extremely high. Now Wang Gongcao's adopted son, Jiao Wui, had entered the Lingzhou general's mansion, and entered the ranks of the 14 military officers with real power. This had greatly boosted the reputation of the Wang family, who was both civil and military. If it weren't for Li Gongda's outstanding son on the battlefield at the border, the Wang family might really have been overtaken by Longyi's Wang family. Wang Shihua had 4 wives and concubines, but his children were clearly too feminine. His only son, Wang Yinshu, wasn't at home tonight. He wasn't indulging in drunken stupor like he used to, but he was formally enlisting in the army. After spring this year, his good brother was almost nowhere to be found among his friends in Huangnam County. Because they didn't discuss any important military matters, the host and guest got along harmoniously. Although Wang Yinshu, the bootlicker, wasn't present, Wang Shihua's daughter had taken a quick look around. As for who was the one who got a feast for the eyes, it was hard to say. In any case, Chao Wei sat boldly beside Su Fengnian. He straightened his back and held the hilt of his saber. He wished he could use his eyes to slice off a few pieces of flesh from those young women. Unfortunately, none of these good-looking women took him seriously. Their misty eyes were all fixed on the young king of Bailiang. Presumably, Wang Yinshu and his son were chatting at home, and had talked a lot about Su Fengnian, the newly appointed pillar of the state. This made Chao Wei so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He deliberately coughed a few times, but he didn't attract much attention. In addition, Su Fengnian didn't formally introduce him. Chao Wei finally broke the pot and smashed it. As long as Su Fengnian opened his mouth, Chao Wei would either snort coldly or make a funny face. Finally, Chao Wei's youngest daughter was amused. Hiding behind her 2 older sisters, she laughed and held her stomach. Chao Wei, who was half dead, immediately regained his energy. It was like he had taken a jar of aphrodisiac that was sold at a low price at a roadside stall. Wang Shihua was very experienced. In fact, he didn't need Su Fengnian to introduce him to know that this unimpressive short man with a saber was not simple. Otherwise, who would dare to openly sit on the same level as the king of Bailiang and even dare to undermine him? In the vast Bailiang, the provincial governor Su Beiji could be considered one, and the crossbowman Li Hanlin could only be considered half of one. However, their Wang family was one of the top scholarly families in Bailiang. Everyone in the house had high aspirations. Moreover, Wang Shihua, who was praised by Yao Baifeng as one of the top 3 scholars of the Book of Changes, was not so low as to use his own daughter to climb up the social ladder. Of course, within the social ladder, Su Fengnian was an exception. Wang Shihua respected this young ruler of Bailiang from the bottom of his heart. If a daughter was chosen, it wouldn't be like sending charcoal in a snowy weather for the Wang family, but it would definitely be a good thing. As for the short man with the saber, if a daughter was chosen, Wang Shihua would be happy to see it happen. Since Su Fengnian was a little tipsy, he was in high spirits. Wang Shihua didn't dare to get carried away, and only asked his innocent daughter to serve him tea and wine. Su Fingyan mentioned to Wang Gongqiao that Kai Junqian had some antique calligraphy and paintings in his possession, and wanted to sell them in the near future. Wang Xihua understood what he meant and nodded lightly. He even laughed and said that there were quite a few priceless calligraphy and paintings in his residence, and that Su Fingyan had stamped the word forgery on them at the most eye-catching places. Su Fingyan felt a little embarrassed for the first time. When he was young and frivolous, the Wutongyan residence used to have several precious private seals, one of which had the word forgery engraved on it. Back then, the Wang family's treasured calligraphy and paintings were all in excellent condition, but none of them could escape the clutches of His Royal Highness. Su Fingyan had long been influenced by Li Yishan's knowledge and achievements, so he had put in a lot of effort in appraising calligraphy and paintings. His eyesight was amazingly accurate, and those forgeries were, without exception, genuine. From this, one could see that Su Fingyan's rebellious nature in the past. However, due to a freak combination of factors, no matter how much the scholars of the Central Plains hated Bailiang, as long as there was a calligraphy or painting with the word forgery in their residence, it was a wonderful thing that could guarantee a stable harvest and at the same time show off to others. Before Su Fingyan left the residence, Wang Xihua gave him a piece of calligraphy. It was personally written during the awakening of hibernation. It could be considered an incomplete copy of the Wang family's teachings on water. The three bosom friends, the three strangers. Those who are better than themselves, those who are more interesting can be bosom friends. Those who have different aspirations, those who are emotionless, those who bear grudges but forget kindness, are either enemies or strangers. This was slightly different from the complete Wang family's teachings. For example, there was a lack of outspoken people among bosom friends, and a lack of virtuous people among strangers. This was probably the original insight that Wang Xihua had gained after devoting himself to studying for many years. In particular, Wang Xihua had previously chatted about the three stubborn diseases of the past dynasties: the separation of the feudal towns, the threat of eunuchs, and the encampment of cliques. Su Fingyan used to have a lot of prejudice against scholars, but after several trips, his prejudice had gradually improved. Tonight, he had an open conversation with Wang Xihua, which allowed Su Fingyan to reflect on himself a little. After leaving the residence, Qiao Wei saw the young female killer strolling around the carriage in boredom. She did not follow them into the residence earlier, but now she was walking around with that funny dry pole. Qiao Wei was now really afraid of this extremely eccentric girl. In Yang Guangdou's words, this was called, "Evil people will be dealt with by evil people." Sitting in the carriage, Su Fingyan asked, Wang Xihua just mentioned that in Bailiang, it is better to make mistakes than to make achievements. What do you think, Elder Yang? Yang Guangdou patted his sleeves and smiled. If I had said this 3 months ago, it would have been easy to say. There are as many bailiffs and officials as there are hairs on an ox. Many of them do nothing, and few of them can do real work. They are replaced by scholars, which is the general trend of Bailiang. Wang Gongxiao's original intention was just to worry that the situation in Bailiang would be unstable. But since the land of refugees is going to be a new Liuzhou, this idea makes sense. Could it be that Gongqiao has also found some clues? Trees die, people live. Since it was not easy to get rid of Song Yan, but he still could not become the governor of Huangnam County, then he might as well run to Liuzhou to find an opportunity. Besides, Wang Gongqiao is not a pedantic scholar. If he goes to Liuzhou, it will be a good thing for both himself and Bailiang. If the officials who make mistakes in Bailiang, Dao, and Old Three Provinces are all thrown to Liuzhou, there will be Wang Xihua, who is skilled in governance and has an excellent reputation to appease the people. Everyone will give him face. With the young prince's 30,000 Longxiang army holding the fort, perhaps Wang Xihua really can become the next governor of Liuzhou. Chapter 1017. Su Fingyan smiled and nodded. The candidate for the first provincial governor of Liuzhou had already been decided a long time ago. The distant horizon was right in front of his eyes, and it was Yang Guangdou, who had returned from the mountains. Su Fingyan had originally favored Chen Shiliang, but this poor scholar who seemed to only want to hide behind layers of curtains had stubbornly refused. Su Fingyan could not force an ox to drink water. However, to be honest, Chen Shiliang was still suspected of having high standards but low ability. If it was not for the fact that the Great War with Liang Meng was imminent, there would be no harm in letting him stew Liuzhou slowly. However, since the border would be filled with smoke in 1 or 2 years, Su Fengnian really did not dare to completely entrust Liuzhou to Qin Shiliang. Yang Guangdou, who was in the carriage, was not only proficient in changing situations, but also experienced in dealing with people. When the time came, Su Fengnian would give him a camouflage of Su Zhao's posthumous edict. The old man's age and experience would be clearly displayed on the table. He would be far more convincing than the hairless Qin Shiliang. Haste makes waste. The more Su Fengnian valued Qin Shiliang, the more he was afraid of spoiling things with excessive enthusiasm. This young scholar was not only a talent that he had personally abducted from Gangnam-do to Bailiang, but he was also the backbone of the second generation of Bailiang's strategists, whom his master, Li Yishan, thought highly of. The little girl sat in the corner of the carriage and amused herself. Sometimes she would squeeze out a charming smile with her fingertips pressed against her face, and sometimes she would put her hand over her heart and frown slightly. Sometimes she would sit upright with her sleeves tucked in like a well-bred young lady. No matter how thick-skinned Chao Wei was, he was no match for this destructive power that was no less than that of an immortal on earth. He silently left the warm carriage and sat beside Su Yambing, sighing and complaining that he should not have left this place. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed at the back of Mount Qingliang. That way, he could have avoided a few blows. Su Fengnian looked at the Hehe girl imitating the various postures of the women on the streets, and did not comment. His gaze was warm. Even the old man Yang Guangdou could not fathom the interaction between this man and woman. Whether it was His Royal Highness in the past or the King of Bailiang now, no matter what the rumors outside of Mount Qingliang were, Yang Guangdou knew that as long as someone did not enter his eyes, he was actually very cold and heartless. However, he seemed to dote on the little girl in front of him. After Yang Guangdou met the young female killer, especially after he understood her relationship with Su Fengnian, he repeatedly hinted to Su Fengnian to get more secrets from her. This was because even if she casually said a few words or a name, it could affect the future of Bailiang. But Yang Guangdou could not do anything about it. Now Su Fengnian had a deep and accumulated power. It was inherited from the general and the princess, and also from Li Yishan's painstaking cultivation, as well as the accumulation of many travels and dangerous killings. Yang Guangdou constantly warned himself not to treat Su Fengnian as the willful and reckless youth of the past. The matter of Zhong Hongwu was clear evidence. The mess that the old King Liang was unwilling to clean up, the new King Liang did not have any scruples about cleaning up. Even the general was not willing to fall out with the Zhao family in Liang. In the hands of the new King Liang, he had already created a vague impression that Bailiang could be independent and become self-dominating. This was probably the reason why the court was hesitant, and finally relaxed a little on the grain. The new King Liang and the new Bailiang had already begun to make the court understand one thing. I will take on the burden that Su Xiao gave to me, Su Fengnian. Bailiang is also willing to guard the door for the court. This is the bottom line. If you continue to nausea and test us again, you must first consider the price you will have to pay. Bailiang deployed troops on the Eastern Front, and refused to withdraw the imperial edict. The court seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and immediately returned the favor. But at the same time, they had no choice but to give him the title of Pillar of State, and open up the grain transport as compensation. During this period, if Su Fengnian was impulsive and refused the Pillar of State again, the court would probably rather rot in the granaries of Xiangfan than send a grain to Feisho City. They might even use thunderous means to block the courier routes into Liang from the neighboring provinces. These were all schemes that required both sides to carefully weigh the pros and cons. In the future, there would only be more such back and forth. The little girl suddenly said, "Over the years, old Huang has taken me to more than 100 places. He said that they were all farmland where he had planted crops. Some of them were abandoned, some of them were still lacking, and some of them did not have a good harvest. But in the end, there was still a harvest." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "My master and Chu Lushan both regard Huang Longshi as the greatest and most formidable spy in spring and autumn. Whoever can take over his entire spy system will have the upper hand. But we don't know how he manages it. How he chooses the rice seedlings, how he draws water for irrigation, how he pays attention to the growth, how he harvests the autumn rice. No one knows how Huang Longshi does it. The little girl said very seriously, freeloading, drinking, chatting, cursing, lying and leaving, changing to another place and doing it again. Yang Guangdou sighed and held his forehead. It was an extremely difficult matter. The biggest secret in spring and autumn was so carelessly brushed aside by the little girl's 12 words of mantra. The little girl tilted her head and asked, "You didn't ask me where those 100 places were. And who were those people?" Su Fingyan shook his head and laughed. Baoyang can't even take care of itself. It doesn't have the energy nor the ability to fight for supremacy in the world. The little girl snorted. Even if you ask me, I can't remember many. Yang Guangdou felt that it was really torturous to interact with these two. He somewhat understood Chao Wei's gloomy mood. Su Fingyan reached out with both hands and playfully stretched the little girl's slightly round face. The little girl was not angry and said indistinctly, "I don't understand what you're saying about Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. But old Huang said that you have a medicinal primer on you." Su Fingyan thought and said, "I know. Huang Longshi should be talking about the bowl of blood that the dragon tree monk gave me to drink. But I couldn't feel it in these 2 years, so I didn't think much of it." The little girl tried to think and then said, 400 years ago, there was a Gao Shulu, the one you mentioned a while ago. I just remembered. Old Huang mentioned him. He said that this person was half dead and half alive. He was in a certain place in Great Peace City, and was a life-saving talisman of the Zhao family. Originally, he was used to suppress Wang Xianji. Tiger Dragon Mountain seems to, I forgot about this matter. Su Fingyan took back his hand, and then bent his finger to tap her forehead. It's Dragon Tiger Mountain. The little girl made a sound of acknowledgement. Su Fingyan leaned shoulder to shoulder with her against the wall of the carriage and said softly, "Other people might not understand why Huang Longshi is overturning the rivers and seas, but I can understand a little. Cultivating one's body, managing one's family, governing the country, and ruling the world has always been the goal of the Confucian school. However, Huang Longshi is clearly a level higher because he doesn't have the emperor in his eyes. He is all alone in the world, and doesn't need to cultivate his body and rule the family. He doesn't need to put the emperor in his eyes, and doesn't need to help the emperor rule the world. That is why he is different from everyone else. He probably just wants a peaceful world that none of us can see or even think about." The little girl nodded and pointed at her knees. "Yes, that's the general idea. Also, old Huang said that this thing is not for kneeling." Su Fingyan sank into deep thought and said to himself, "This old farmer who overturned the entire spring and autumn fields." The little girl bent her knees and rested her chin on her knees. Old Huang said that he was also going to die. Chapter 10:18. Although a year's plan lies in spring, the spring of the first year of the auspicious talisman, once the Qingming festival passed, it was time to end it. After the Guangling Path's West Chu ancient capital was trampled by the Su family's armored cavalry, it had already changed its name from Divine Phoenix City to the humiliating Lost Tripod City. Deep in the mountains on the outskirts of the city, there was a brick temple. The temple's name originated from a famous Buddhist saying. This caused the increasingly heated topic of meditation during the spring and autumn period to cool down, because the abbot of the brick temple said that grinding bricks could not become a mirror. How could meditation become a Buddha? At dawn, the birds were singing. The 3 of them walked on a tree-lined path. The old man was very old, with white hair and snow-white eyebrows. He climbed the mountain with a bamboo cane. Stepping on the mountain path paved with cobblestones of different sizes, he staggered but didn't need anyone to support him. The green-robed monk was not young either. His hair was white, but his aura was especially elegant and otherworldly, forgetting the secular world at first sight. The woman was the youngest. Her appearance was stunning, not like a woman of the mortal world. Carrying a red sandalwood sword box, her steps were light. Probably because they were taking care of the old man, the 3 of them didn't speak when climbing the mountain. Entering the quiet ancient temple where there were no pilgrims, there was only the rustling of a young monk sweeping the floor with a broom. At the time of the Li dynasty's destruction of Buddhism, even the 2 Zen temples were sealed. Mabrick Temple, for the past 20 years, didn't have many pilgrims, so it escaped the disaster. There were still some monks left who continued to hide in the mountains to pray. Seeing the 3 pilgrims, the young monk hurriedly put the broom under his armpit and bowed with his palms together. Especially when he caught a glimpse of the woman from the corner of his eyes. His bald head drooped even more, afraid of breaking the precepts and losing the heart of Bodhi. After returning the greeting, the old man led the monk and the woman to the 500 arhats hall. It wasn't the golden-robed arhats commonly seen in imposing temples, but painted wooden sculptures. What was even rarer was the 500 arhats, each one vivid and lifelike. Some were sitting upright, some were listening, some were clasping their palms, and some were even glaring, beating gongs and drums, scratching their ears and cheeks. The old man led the 2 of them to a venerable one. He held a mirror in his left hand, and his right hand tore open the skin of the old man's face, revealing a handsome young man's face. It was enough to stun the onlookers. The old man stood at the foot of the wooden arhat and said calmly, "I heard that the Minister of Rites, Sung Xiangqi, carried a large jar of wine into the temple alone on a snowy day in the first year of Yonghui. He died drunk here, and his last words were probably drunken words. This old subject knows that in the past, old Sung did not touch a single drop of wine, and always advised us to drink and make things worse. I remember one time when His Majesty drank too much and missed the morning court session. Old Sung angrily rushed into the palace to scold His Majesty. If it was not for the Empress stopping him, His Majesty would have almost fought with this old fellow. After that, His Majesty was still angry and privately told this old subject that during the celebration banquet the night before, this old fellow was the one who was the most unkind. Since he did not drink, he poured wine for others and did not even let him off. In the end, old Sung turned hostile the next day. Who would have thought that this old thing, who hated the smell of alcohol all his life, would drink himself to death in the end? Minister of Rites, Sung Xianglin, was naturally not a second-level official in Liang, but the last Minister of Rites in West Chu. He was a fellow disciple of the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy, Qi Yanglong. He was also the teacher of Wang Mingyang, who had guarded Xiangfan for 10 years. The old man reached out to stroke the slightly cool arhat pedestal and said softly, "Old Sung must have come to find Minister Tang of the Ministry of Revenue." Tang Jiahe was the most knowledgeable in this group of people. Originally, he looked down on Buddhism, a foreign religion, the most. Unexpectedly, he fled to Moshio Temple. As for whether he truly devoted himself to Buddhism or was disheartened, only God knows. Old Sung and Tang Jiahe did not have the same political views all our lives, but that was still considered a dispute between gentlemen. The Chu's party struggle was not a struggle between officials for power and influence, nor was it a struggle between gentlemen and villains. Looking at it now, it was more like a dispute between gentlemen. The hearts of the people were, after all, still on the side of the Jiang character, the common people. It was just that each of them took different paths, and it was inevitable that scholars would despise each other, which led to a disaster. However, Tang Jiahe said 2 things that were very insightful. He said that all living things in the world could die because of love. Martial artists died on the battlefield, civil officials died in the palace. Men and women were not the only ones who were obsessed with each other. Since people could only die once in their lives, they should always keep it in their hearts and die with kindness. A man is still a blade of grass. He also thinks about the 5 winds and 10 rains. Moreover, people are not plants. However, if Tang Jiahe really wanted to die, he would die. He was not willing to live an ignoble life. But in the end, this Minister Tang, who had once lost to our side, Chao Tuxiu, 16 games in a row, also went back on his word. He fled from Moshio Temple for a few years. Later, perhaps he was afraid that old Sung and I would find him, so he fled even deeper into the mountains. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. The white-haired old man continued. Great General Song Yuan, who was often lectured by His Majesty to be more literate, should not always be blind in the palace and make a fool of himself. This stubborn old urchin has really gone crazy. The only grandson in his family, who had originally secretly passed the Jinshe exam in Yonghui's 6th year, was burned alive by him. He also burned himself to death in a dilapidated library that did not have many books to begin with. When our Dechu was at its peak, martial artists did not have saber chi, scholars did not have the air of poverty, women did not have the air of cosmetics, Mountain people did not have the air of clouds, and monks did not have the air of incense. It was publicly recognized by the world as the most prosperous era in the 800 years after the Great Qin dynasty. Liang was only a small dynasty that originated from the barbarians in the north. It had been independent for 50 years, and its eunuchs had been involved in politics for 50 years. The head eunuch Fan Gongliang had killed 1 emperor, 2 princes and 6 concubines in his lifetime. Yet he was still able to live out his remaining years in peace. How could such a dynasty, who did not understand etiquette, suddenly change after 50 years and inexplicably become the princess of the world? And our Dechu, how could it perish just like that? The monarch was wise, but the fault did not lie with the monarch. The civil and martial officials were loyal, but the fault did not lie with the officials. The common people worked hard, but the fault did not lie with the common people. Thus this old official, Sun Shiji, wanted to know what had happened. Since dying with remaining grievances was an extravagant hope, he wanted to have peace of mind before he died and know an acceptable answer. This old official was not afraid of bearing the infamy of being a servant of 2 surnames. Just like that, I stood in the court of Great Peace City and coldly watched for a dozen years. But in the end, I still could not understand why Dechu had lost, and lost so miserably and so quickly. However, this old official recognized 2 people. One was the butcher Su Xiao, the other was the blue-eyed Zhang Jilu. It was them who made this old official accept his fate. Su Xiao had done the right thing. A good saber, as long as it was in the right hands, the faster the saber, the less blood the common people would bleed. Zhang Jilu had done very well. He had braved the risk of being called the emperor of the war with Han Xingxian in private, and repaired the Zhao family's courtyard until it was airtight. This old official had already accepted his fate, but Chongqing asked this old official to come see you, so this old official came. Not for anything else, but for an old man like me to die in his homeland. That is better than anything else. The 3 people were West Chu's Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, Chao Chongqing, who had reached the Confucian sage realm at the ruins of Shileibi, and the fallen princess, Jiang and I, whose original name was Jiang Si. Chapter 10:19. They drank a pot of tea at the Mabrick Temple. The Grand Preceptor was probably tired of walking and talking, so he stopped talking. Then the 3 went down the mountain, and returned to the city. The old man was still the Guangling Taoist administrator in name, and his official residence was on the old site of the 6 departments' official residences outside the imperial city of Lost Tripod City. The Guangling Palace was not in the city, but in Guanyu City, which was in the southeast of the vassal king's territory. The people who should leave Lost Tripod City had left. Most of the people who left after the spring and autumn period ended were the survivors of other fallen countries. Those who should stay were all survivors of West Chu. With Lost Tripod City as the center, there were 6 towns and 18 cities around it. Especially Lost Tripod City, which used the administrator's mansion and Bailu Mountain as the framework to make a comeback, supporting a brand new and vigorous temple. If they won, it would be Dechu. If they lost, the West Chu in the history books of Liang would probably be replaced by Ho Chu. When the 3 went down the mountain, there were more than 100 elite halberd soldiers escorting them back to the city. The Grand Preceptor took the 2 to a restaurant in the east of the city, saying that he wanted to invite Her Highness to taste the reeds. After sitting down on the 2nd floor, the old man laughed softly and said, "Your Highness, this reeds is a delicacy in the world. This old official has to show off a few words of knowledge to enjoy it to the fullest. The reeds are called reeds because they are like migratory birds. Every spring, they come to the river outside the spring snow building in Guanyu City, and flow upstream along the Guangling River. It is reasonable to say that when they reach here, they should be plump and plump. If they are supplemented with the chicken head rice, which is a specialty of Copper Paper City, it will be the most delicious taste in the world. Later on, once the reeds reach Xiangfan City, they will not taste good. However, this old official thinks that it will be difficult to slack off to satisfy my cravings in the future." Jiang and I made a sound of agreement, and did not say anything else. When the food was quickly served, she picked up her chopsticks and was about to pick up some food. The old man saw her holding her chopsticks and joked, "Your Highness, we all believe that the higher and longer you hold your chopsticks, the further you will find a partner in the future. I remember when I was young, The older generation in my family always used this to tell us. They were afraid that the women in our family would marry too far away, and the men would marry unknown women when they grew up. At that time, we naturally followed the wishes of the elders and picked up the chopsticks. However, we didn't think that when we became elders, we would start nagging at our children. This is probably an inheritance. A family is like this, and so is a country. Jiang and I, who was holding the chopsticks high up in the air, took the opportunity to grab the chopsticks down, which amused the old man. He laughed and said, "Your Highness, don't take it seriously. This old official was just speaking casually. Actually, it's good for a woman to marry far away. At least she won't be subject to military orders when she's abroad." Jiang and I smiled gently and lowered her head to eat the fish. The fish bones were very soft and didn't sting. Even though she didn't eat fish in the past, she still ate a lot. Chao Chongqing asked for a pot of wine and slowly drank with the old man. He didn't urge him to drink and just drank by himself. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they paid the bill and walked out of the century-old restaurant. On the streets that were no longer bustling with people, the old man suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a moment." Chao Chongqing sighed and didn't say anything. Not long after, an old man in ragged clothes walked out from an alley and knocked on the clock in broad daylight. He shouted crazily, "Everyone is dead, everyone is dead. Open your eyes and look, there is no one alive in Dechu." The old man walked on the street and knocked on the clock while shouting. However, the passers-by on the street were obviously used to it and didn't even bother to laugh at him. They all turned a blind eye. The disheveled night watchman walked in front of the three people. When he saw them, he was stunned for a moment. He pointed the night watchman at Sun Shiji and laughed hoarsely. "Dead man." He then pointed at Chao Chongqing and chuckled. "Half-dead man, not far from death." When he saw Jiang and I with the sword box on his back, the old crazy man's eyes were blank, and then he started to cry. "Alive? How is there a living person? Go hurry up and leave." The night watchman saw that the woman was unmoved and paused. He turned and ran away, continuing to knock on the clock and shout. Sun Shiji looked at the night watchman's back and said calmly, "Jiang Shuilang, once in charge of the Chongwen courtyard in Dechu, in charge of the 100 scholars of the 3 courtyards and the 600 editors of the Pavilion of Secrets. He went crazy just like that. The Liang Imperial Court and Prince Guangling Zhao Yi purposely didn't kill this old crazy man, because they wanted all the foreigners in this city to see a joke." Sun Shiji walked towards the carriage and bowed. "Your Highness, you can let Chongqing take you to see that home. I still have matters to attend to." Home. Jiang Xi's home was, of course, that Dechu Imperial Palace that was at the peak of perfection that Great Peace City had to imitate. Then was it really Jiang Ni's home? Jiang and I followed behind Chao Chongqing and looked around blankly. When she left this place, she was still young and her memories were blurry. She had long forgotten what she was seeing. She vaguely knew why it was once hailed as the most glorious scene in the world. When the men and women in the palace saw them, they were filled with respect and hope. Chao Chongqing walked all the way to a pavilion in the northeast corner of the old imperial palace. After he sat down, the white-haired Confucian scholar sat there without saying a word. Chao Chongqing, born of the Dragon Carp County's Chao family, was fully deserving of the title of prodigy of that generation. His master was the imperial advisor Li Mi, whose wisdom reigned supreme in the world before Huang Sanjia. He studied chess for more than 10 years and eventually defeated Li Mi on the chessboard, becoming Dechu's chief chess player. He had once played chess with the emperor many times in this pavilion. This Chao Tuxiu had even made the most powerful officials in the palace take off their boots and pour wine for him. How could he not be the most proud genius of the Chao family and even Dechu? Chao Chongqing's eyes were warm as he looked outside the pavilion. Further northeast of the pavilion, when he was still young, he once saw a woman who was humming a folk song. She had a lively temperament that did not match the palace. When she first entered the palace, she saw him and saw that he was like a wooden goose. She even made a face at him. After that, she became an imperial concubine, and then the empress. Chao Chongqing was still that outstanding chess player who was always subservient to the imperial advisor. In those days, when the emperor and his subjects were harmonious in chess games, the emperor, whose chess skills were far inferior to the Chao family's, would always frown and stare at the chessboard. She stared at the emperor, and the young chess player who was said by Li Mi to be in an invincible position because he had no desire to win or lose, would occasionally steal a few glances at her. When he lowered his head to play chess, he could always see her embroidered shoes that did not conform to the palace's etiquette. They were ordinary, but he could never forget them. He had forgotten them for so many years. Why could he still not forget them? Jiang and I said softly, "Uncle chess player, I know Grand Preceptor Sun's intention. He wants me to be a good princess and I will do it." Chao Chongqing came back to his senses. He laughed softly and said, "Your Highness the princess, don't mind this old man's nagging. Fighting for the country is a man's business. A woman should just look at the country." Jiang and I smiled knowingly, but then she was deeply worried. The secret letter said that the ceremony directorate head eunuch Song Tonglu Shifu, an old Diao Temple disciple, was escorting a coffin to the south. It was clearly the Gao Shulu mentioned by Huang Longshi, who was specially used to deal with you, Uncle chess player. Under the celestial beings, all are ordinary people, not immortals. Under the way of heaven, all are small Daos, not big Daos. But this big devil head, after all, has the legendary realm that is one level higher than the immortals on earth. Chao Chongqing smiled and said, "It's all right. The courage of an ignorant man, this subject is not bad." Jiang and I wanted to say something but hesitated. Chao Chongqing said softly, "Princess, there is no harm in taking a look around. This subject will sit here for a while." Jiang and I nodded, and left with the box on her back. Chao Chongqing sat alone in the pavilion and closed his eyes. A moment later, Chao Guanzi, who had a one-stone astrological phenomenon, seemed to have gone back in time. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer the martial art master who could pass through the Liang Imperial Palace like walking through the corridors. He was no longer the mad scholar, who could display the ultimate bravery of a martial art master to the fullest. He had only become the young but high-spirited chess player. He had a smile on his face, his two fingers pressed together as if he was holding a chess piece. On the empty stone table, the chess pieces flew down like they were flying. Westchu had black clothes, unparalleled scholars. Chapter 1020. The chapter is nearly 7,000 words long. This is the only chapter I'm uploading today. The next chapter will be the last chapter of the third volume, Xinliang. The title of the fourth volume is still The Established, Together Vying for the Throne. There was no public declaration of war that stirred up the world, and no mobilization of troops by the monarch himself. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Xingxiang's departure from the capital was strangely quiet. As he passed through the entire south of the capital, not a single local official saw Assistant Minister Lu's face. However, everyone was well aware that this did not mean that Lu Xingxiang's departure from the capital was a defeat in the court. Lu Xingxiang had first lost to Lu Baijie, who had also been an assistant minister, and lost the fight for the position of Minister of War. However, immediately after, he received an imperial edict to control the 3 provinces and 16 military towns south of the capital. Even Ngua's great general Yang Shenxing, a group of veteran generals with meritorious service, had to be controlled by him. Lu Xingxiang's cavalry was no more than 300 riders. In this half-open, half-hidden expedition to the south, the court had temporarily not mobilized a single soldier of the capital's military strength. As for Westchu's eagerness to make a move, it seemed that they were still observing from the sidelines. Lu Xingxiang, dressed in civilian clothes, led his personal guards to rest at Yulu Pass, but did not enter the city. Instead, he temporarily set up a large military camp outside the pass. When the captains of Yulu Pass heard the news and hurried over, if nothing unexpected happened, the assistant minister, who was about to temporarily receive the rank of great general according to Liang's laws, received them in the rough and crude camp. There was no fine wine or fine food, no singing or dancing. Minister Lu used simple tea and plain food to send them off. However, this gave the captains a reassurance. Who didn't know that Lu Xingxiang, who came from the Guangling Spring Snow Building, was a smiling tiger. When he didn't smile, he was fine, but when he did, he would eat people. Yulu Pass was located at the intersection of Pingfan, Guangling and Huainan roads in Jingji. Although the captains of Yulu Pass had a higher rank and salary than ordinary Liang military officials, They used to be directly under the jurisdiction of Gu Lu of the Ministry of War. However, now that Gu Lu was in a precarious situation and only existed in name, Yulu Pass was like a guy who had lost his mother's milk. On the other hand, Lu Xingxiang had Guangling Roads, his maternal family, to rely on. Secondly, he was a popular nobleman in the imperial court who no one dared to touch. Moreover, Lu Xingxiang did not rely on his family's meritorious service to enter the central government of the empire. More than that, he relied on his own outstanding military achievements during the spring and autumn period. Therefore, no matter how much courage Yulu Pass had, they would not dare to put on airs in front of Assistant Minister Lu. Lu Xingxiang personally saw the captains out of the military camp. Together with a young military general, whom he regarded as his trusted aide, he stood in the empty space outside the camp. Together, they watched the dust stirred up by the horses' hooves being blown away by the wind. Lu Xingxiang crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil, which had the smell of soil mixed with the smell of spring grass. He sniffed it and looked toward the south, not making a sound. Many people did not know that the dignified assistant minister of the Ministry of War was once a lousy scout. One time, he was convicted of making a mistake in reporting military intelligence, and was almost beheaded by his superiors. Lu Xingxiang pinched the dirt in his palm and said softly, "Being a scout is like learning how to swim. Once you learn how to swim, no matter how long you stay in the water, it will be very difficult for you to drown again. Guodonghan, you should be very clear about the strength of the Guangling Dao." All day long, they claimed that they want to compete with the Northern Liang and Yin imperial paths for the title of #1 in the world. In reality, other than the tens of thousands of soldiers under the Prince of Guangling, the rest are all useless. You can't blame the prince for embroidering a flowery pillow. It's just that the young ones haven't fought in 20 years. The old ones have retired from the army to enjoy life, while the young ones have squeezed into the army to enjoy life. How can they compete with the Northern Liang cavalry and Yin imperial infantry, who are on standby every day? The Spring Snow House racked their brains to get the latest weapons and the best armor from the imperial court. They even dared to snatch the horses that Gu Jiantang wanted. What I'm worried about now is not what the so-called knowledgeable people in the imperial court think. They all think that the biggest hidden danger is that the old generals like Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinchuan are not willing to listen to orders and fight on their own. I'm afraid that the Western Chu that doesn't have enough soldiers at the beginning of the war will be able to fight with momentum as soon as they start fighting. Like a rolling snowball, they will be able to wipe out the elite soldiers of the Guangling Dao. They will have weapons, armor, and even the morale of the army. In a place like the Guangling Dao, the remnants of Western Chu have occupied all the land and resources. From the end of last year to the spring of this year, the Ministry of War and the Imperial Court kept sending news of the sudden deaths of military officers and lieutenants. Without exception, these people were the thorns that the Imperial Court planted in the Guangling Dao. In the end, they all died mysteriously. Some were strangled to death by their concubines in bed, some were poisoned to death by their maidservants when they were drinking, some were stabbed to death by their aides when they were discussing matters, some were hacked to death while patrolling the camp. Even Grandfather Huan, who had always been kind to Gu Lu, was furious. He came to the Ministry of War and scolded me and Lu Baijia. In the end, he even scolded Great General Gu. He scolded the entire Ministry of War as a bunch of good-for-nothings. He said that the management of the Guangling Dao's northern border was a mess. The military officers that were sent there had only been scraping the land for 20 years, and not a single one of them had won the hearts of the people. He also said that the heads of the spy agencies set up by the imperial court should be executed. Our minister Lu can still be considered unyielding. He talked back to Grandfather Huan on the spot, and was almost kicked by him. What can I say? I can only watch. But I really didn't expect that Grandfather Huan, who is already so old, would almost kick Minister Lu in the chest. It seems that he still has a few more years to live. This is a great thing. Lu Shengxiang put the soil in his hand back on the ground. After laughing, his expression became serious again. They haven't even fought a single battle, yet they are already thinking about how to celebrate and receive rewards, and how to divide the military merits. I don't know where their arrogance comes from. The honest young general stood beside Assistant Minister Lu. He laughed and said, Run Tu is dead, but the imperial court still has one of the 4 great generals of the spring and autumn period, Gu Jiantang. There is also Chen Jibao in Yu, a genius in the art of war. How can they not be confident? In addition, several of the vassals are on their way to quell the difficulties. Guangling Dao already has Zhao Yi, who has a powerful army in his hands, to suppress the situation. If I wasn't familiar with the foundation of Guangling's elites, I would also think so. Lu Xingxiang dismissed it with a laugh. He reached out and patted the ground. He sighed and said, "The waves are formed between the waves, and the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. After the awakening of the hibernation, 100 insects swarm out and move at the sound of the wind." Guodonghan smelled the cool breeze on his face. He chuckled and said, "This general smells the scent of blood." Lu Xingxiang stood up, as if he wanted to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. He forced a smile and said, "Yang Xinxing and the others all think that it will take at least 3 months and at most half a year. With a light kick, they will be able to crush West Chu, this dead but not yet dead spring insect, between summer and autumn. No matter what I say now, they won't listen. It would be better to let them rush up and give Chao Changqing a slap. Only when they feel the pain will they understand who is the one who can truly give orders in this protracted war. However, this also has its drawbacks. In half a year, I will be mediocre and unaccomplished. I am destined to be barked at by hundreds of dogs in the capital. Who knows, there might even be dead officials who will splash dog blood all over me. Back then, I saw with my own eyes what kind of situation Su Xiao was in. Therefore, this time I have some confidence. The key is whether or not His Majesty the Emperor has enough patience. If you are unlucky, you can pack up your things and prepare to go with me to the Tu Liao to make up for your mistakes. But if you are lucky, when the time comes, as long as my Lu family's light cavalry can display their skills to the fullest, you will be able to become a third-rank general with real power." Guodonghan grinned and said, "All right. In any case, this general only believes in one thing in this life. If I follow the general, I will definitely have meat to eat." Lu Xingxiang did not comment. Guodonghan suddenly asked carefully, "I heard that during this trip to the south, His Highness the Crown Prince leisurely went to Dragon Tiger Mountain and Earth Lung Mountain, and many other places. In Guangling Dao and Gangnam-do, he made friends with many people. Everyone in the court praised him endlessly. TSK, he has the style of a crown prince. Moreover, there are rumors that His Highness does not agree with the heavy taxation of Guangling Dao. He also has some slight objections to the destruction of Buddhism. In private, the Imperial College says that His Highness already has the air of a benevolent ruler. That right chancellor with the surname Jin seems to be quite close to His Highness the Crown Prince. This guy originally had a bad relationship with Yao Baifeng, and was kicked out of the house by the Grand Secretary and Grandfather Huan. He was very miserable. Many scholars were so scared that they did not dare to go to the Jin mansion to drink. Who would have thought that he would make a comeback?" Lu Xingxiang frowned and said, "You are a martial artist who has not yet achieved success. Don't talk about interfering in the court, you can't even interrupt. In the future, if I hear this kind of nonsense again, you can go be a coachman." Guodonghan said with a bitter face, "I will remember." Lu Xingxiang suddenly laughed coldly and said in a low voice, "Soft-hearted and not practical. Compared to his old man, he is thousands of miles away. If the court succeeds in removing the feudal vassals, he can still make do. Otherwise, if they hand over the country to him in a hurry, I think it will be difficult." The impatient Guodonghan hurriedly nodded and said, "Like I said, His Highness the Crown Prince's shrewdness is not shallow, but he used it in the wrong place." Lu Xingxiang was indeed a smiling tiger. He put on a fake smile and said, "In any case, there are no big battles to fight in half a year. You can go be a coachman for half a year." Guodonghan was stunned. Just as he was about to make a scene, Lu Xingxiang had already turned and walked towards the barracks. Chapter 1021. His Highness the Crown Prince had snuck out of the capital to travel in the south. Zhao Ji, the most powerful and dignified mother-in-law in the world, had made a few trips to the Eastern Palace. She didn't talk about anything important, just chatting with the most respected daughter-in-law in the world, Yan Dongwu. Zhao Ji presided over the imperial harem, and the concubines vying for her favor left one by one. No matter how young, beautiful, or talented they were, no matter how illustrious their family backgrounds were, they couldn't beat this woman who didn't have outstanding looks. Moreover, the Empress Zhao Ji seemed to have received a great reputation in the eyes and mouths of all the officials. There were very few voices of dissent. Today, in the Eastern Palace, other than the Empress, even the Zhao family's son took time out of his busy schedule to come to Yendongwu with Zhao Ji. He even had Song Tonglu, the head of the ceremony directorate, bring a few jugs of very authentic Bailiang green ant wine. The family of three didn't have too many formalities. They just boiled the wine and tasted it to warm their hearts. The place to drink was under a finely carved mahogany birdcage. Inside was a clumsy parrot that mimicked the crown princess's words. For some reason, it had caught the eye of the crown princess and had always been favored. Women were not allowed to interfere in politics. This was an iron law passed down from the ancestors of Liang. Therefore, before Liang unified the spring and autumn period, no matter how the eunuchs in the border towns tried to harm the Zhao family, since the emperor couldn't have pillow talk, there was no fertile ground for the relatives to interfere in politics. In history, there were relatives of the Zhao court who held power, but it was much better than the previous courts with various surnames outside of Liang. However, the Zhao family's son clearly had a whole new level of respect for Yendongwu, this daughter-in-law who had entered the rankings as a female scholar. He made an exception and talked about some military and state matters. Even Zhao Ji couldn't hide her surprise. This shock spread until the couple left the Eastern Palace. The emperor wasn't in a hurry to go back and deal with the memorials that had piled up over the years. He walked side by side with the empress under a vermilion, high wallpaper. With his hands behind his back, he kept looking silently at the blue sky. Song Tonglu of Great Martin Temple, who had inherited the power of Cat Han Shengxian, followed from a distance with his back bent. The world's leading eunuch, who didn't look like a eunuch, had a faint shadow between his brows. The Zhao clan's son suddenly stopped and said, "Establishing myself at 30 and establishing a family and career, I have accomplished both. Marrying you and ruling the world, I have no regrets in this life." And Gu Guand and Zhang. And the Emperor Guand have the. As a result, I offer sacrifices to my ancestors every year. My conscience is clear. From beginning to end. The Zhao family's son. Chapter 1022. The emperor of the Zhao family reached out and brushed his palm across the cold wall. He suddenly smiled and said, "That year, under Yuan Bunxi's persuasion, I led troops into the palace without permission. I walked this path. At the time, I was very afraid. I only had one thought. If I succeeded, I would be the first to tell you the good news. If I failed, you would be the one to mourn for me. At the time, I was just an imperial son. The reason I wanted to be emperor was to defeat Su Xiao so you would not have to envy that female sword immortal surnamed Wu. Men, who doesn't want face. As for Su Xiao, I do not deny that personal grudges came first and national grudges came later. When this human butcher was young, he could sit with the previous emperor in the Hall of Martial Heroes to drink and chat until dawn. As his son, I could only watch from afar and envy. How could I not want to go to the frontiers and attack Beimang? But in this matter, I did not do well. Without the great wars that Bailiang had participated in, the national treasury was depleted, and the people were angry. If Yuan Bunxi had not scolded me awake, not to mention Zhuan becoming the crown prince, I might not even have been emperor. Speaking of this, I know that female surnamed Wu is the same as you. In reality, you do not like her because you both have great ambitions. Zhuan is too smart. He knows everything, but he does not say anything. Smart people like to go down a dead end. I was fine because I had Yuan Bunxi, this clumsy strategist who seemed to be possessed by a god. It was like he had opened the heavenly eye and helped me keep an eye on Great Peace City and the entire world. But you know better than anyone how my body is. If I leave, and Yuan Bunxi also leaves, who will suppress Zhang and Gu? This time, the white-robed monk that I admired very much entered the capital. He said that his new calendar could guarantee that the Zhao family would have 80 more years, but the world would have 80 more years of peace. The Zhao family would have to pay a great price. I refused without hesitation. At the time, I did not even dare to look into Yuan Bunxi's eyes. Because of this, I was not at ease with the two factions of officials led by Zhang and Gu, because behind them were people like Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun. Most of them were poor scholars. Their gazes would involuntarily be placed outside the imperial court. Someone had to nip this in the bud. In the past, many of the famous officials who did not hesitate to fight to the death with the emperor were just using their deaths to show their sincerity. They wanted to step on the emperor's shoulders and leave their names in history. These scholars had been narrow-minded for thousands of years. I could tolerate them, and even indulge their impudence. But Yin Maochun and the other officials were not the same. Probably because they had Zhang Jiulu as an example, they immediately became smarter and more tactful. They knew how to achieve their ambitions. Their methods were skillful, and they did not neglect their reputation and scholarly achievements. They did not want to be the emperor's performers, nor did they want to be foolishly loyal officials who would carry a coffin and bang their heads against it at every turn. In the imperial court of Liang, one or two of these pillars would not be a problem, but they were all like this. Each of them was old and cunning. How would Zhuaner deal with them in the future? Zhuaner was not like me, who had usurped the throne while covered in blood. Although the traces of the blood had long been washed away by the rain and snow in the imperial palace, Zhang Jiulu and the others still remembered it. However, when Zhuaner was sensible, he already knew that he would wear the imperial robe and sit on the imperial throne. It's true that he can endure, but to be an emperor, he still needs courage. Zhuaner has now gone astray, thinking that if he were to go against me, he would welcome the famous monks in Gangnam-do when I destroy Buddhism. If I wanted to destroy West Chu with an iron fist, he would plead for the people of the world. He thinks that this is his courage as the crown prince. If my Zhao family did not have internal and external troubles, without Beimeng, Bailiang, and Zhang Jiulu it would be fine. It's not bad for him to have such thoughts, but now is not the time. Zhao Ji's face was pale. The emperor of the Zhao family clenched his fist and gently slammed it against the wall. Zhuaner can't see that the imperial court in the future will not be a struggle between factions, but a more complicated situation. It will be a struggle between the sons of the rich and poor, and will no longer revolve around the imperial throne. Yuan Bunxi said that this is the trend of the times. I didn't believe it in the past, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have no choice but to believe it. Yuan Bunxi also said that the dragon climbing technique of the past was already at its peak in officialdom, but it was no longer useful. He was waiting for someone who knew how to use the dragon slaying technique to keep the emperor in check to surface. Once this person appeared, it would be more terrifying than the previous separatist regime in Liang. Zhao Ji, do you think I can only wait? Is this what it means to know destiny? So even if Yuan Bunxi can't find this person, and I can't see this person, I have to first take down Zhang Jiulu, who opened the dragon gate for the poor people in the world. Since the door is already open, and the general trend is like this, I don't want to go against the trend. But as the reigning emperor, taking down Zhang Jiulu who is in the capital, and increasing Zhuaner's chances of winning can't be more difficult than dealing with Su Xiao who was far away in Bailiang back then, right? Zhao Ji's lips trembled as he asked, when? The emperor of the Zhao family took a deep breath and said gloomily, the remnants of West Chu are all dead. A young man with a grass root in his mouth looked at the yellow mud jars and felt a little depressed. He glanced at the handsome man beside him who wore a yellow crown and was dressed in black with large sleeves. It was somewhat unexpected. Mr. Naylan, who had a morbid obsession with cleanliness, didn't show the slightest bit of anger even though he was stained with so much yellow mud. Instead, he reached out and pinched off a piece of mud that hadn't dried yet, and gently crushed it with his fingertips. In addition to countless mud jars that were said to be sold for 3 taels of silver, there was also an old man who was sitting on a small wooden stool and kneading mud to make the embryo of a jar. He was covered in mud. When he saw Zhao Zhu and Mr. Naylan, who came from afar to see this old man, he didn't say anything. It was obvious that he was determined to finish the work at hand. The bored young man raised his gaze and looked at the old couple standing in the distance. Mr. Naylan said that one was a remnant of the southern Tang royal family, and the other was a local. They were indeed ordinary people who had been dealing with mud jars all their lives. Mr. Naylan also asked him to guess who was the spy and who was the ordinary person. Zhao Zhu's intuition told him that the old woman who was faintly charming in the past should be the old southern Tang royal family. As for the silly old man beside the old woman, he didn't seem to be a top master who could escape Zhao Guo's search. Mr. Naylan, Naylan Yusi, who was known as the real king of southern Jiang, took a few steps forward and squatted at the feet of the old man on the small stool. He smiled and looked up at the only remaining spring and autumn demon in the world. He said with a smile, "Oh Huang Lao Nong, your complexion is ridiculously good. Is this the final radiance of the setting sun?" The old man glanced at Naylan Yusi and said flatly, "Curse me to die? Is this the etiquette of asking for help?" Mr. Naylan, who was as gentle as a beauty, smiled and said, "I'm almost kneeling down. What else do you want? I, Naylan Yusi, have never knelt down to anyone in my life except for my parents." The old man sneered and said, "Do you want me to expose your background in front of Zhao Zhu, that little bastard?" Zhao Zhu rolled his eyes. Naylan Yusi hurriedly waved his hand and begged for mercy. "I'm afraid of you, the omniscient Huang Sanjia. Just take it that I'm bragging. I beg you to keep your mouth." It was Huang Longshi, who occupied the top 3 of the spring and autumn 13 grades, and he sneered, "You guys came early. It's not the right time. Is it your idea or that little bastard's idea?" Naylan Yusi thought about it carefully. "Yes. We have to give face. It's not like we're here to fish in troubled waters. We're just here to witness Chao Zhongqing's final glory. If we miss this, how boring would it be to live?" Huang Longshi sneered and said, "Why don't you die if you're bored? You only know how to disgust people. No wonder you can't compare with Li Yishan in your life." Naylan Yusi shook his head and smiled. "It's hard to say who is stronger between Li Yishan and me. You don't have the final say." Huang Longshi had a strange and sarcastic look. "You have to go to the underworld and listen to him personally, right?" Naylan Yusi stretched out his hand and touched his eyebrows expressionlessly. Huang Longshi waved his hand and intentionally or unintentionally threw a few drops of yellow mud on Naylan Yusi's face. "Go away. I have a few words with the little bastard you like." Naylan Yusi gently wiped away the stains, stood up, and beckoned to Zhao Zhu. This distinguished strategist who wore the spring and autumn double armor was actually only 1 armor less than Huang Longshi slowly walked away. Huang Longshi squinted at King Yanqi, who was standing in front of him, and His Royal Highness. "Zhao Zhu, who do you think you are? When I see your father, he has to obediently sweep the bed to greet me. Squat down." Zhao Zhu smiled mischievously and simply sat down. "I don't listen to you, but I have enough etiquette, right?" Huang Longshi's words were playful. "You're quite similar to someone's temperament." "Okay, I know the answer. You can get out of here." Zhao Zhu stared and said, "What? Surnamed Huang. I took the risk of being stripped of my hereditary title by the imperial court to come to see you. Are you just teasing me like this?" Huang Longshi glared back. "Are you going to get out or not?" Zhao Zhu looked like he had eaten too much but couldn't shit. He stood up angrily. Just as he was about to turn around and do something, he heard Huang Longshi say, "Want to fart? You have to take off your pants first. Otherwise, you should consider the consequences." Zhao Zhu muttered. He ran to Naylan Yusi's side and asked curiously, "Can this old man really predict the future?" Mr. Naylan, who was standing on the edge of the mud tank pile, looked at Huang Sanjia and said calmly, "I don't believe it, but he did it almost every time." Zhao Zhu made no sound. Naylan Yusi habitually pinched Crown Prince Yanqi's earlobe and chuckled softly. "It doesn't matter. He's not a real immortal. He's an arrow at the end of its flight and is about to die. Why are you angry with him? Let's just respect the old." Zhao Zhu looked helpless and gently patted away Mr. Naylan's slender and white hand. Huang Longshi suddenly stood up and gave Naylan Yusi an extremely evil prophecy. "Naylan Yusi, you have to die in front of me and Yuan Bunshi." Zhao Zhu's face changed dramatically, and Naylan Yusi was silent. Naylan Yusi closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. Then he bowed to Huang Longshi, who had already sat back on the bench and disappeared. Respect to him, respect to himself, respect to Li Yishan, whom he once admired when he traveled to various countries. Respect to them was also the last spring and autumn.